Hello, 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 hello. Since it's a couple of minutes after 10 o'clock, I figured I would interrupt the wonderful music that you're watching and start the show. Happy Valentine's. Actually, it's Happy Valentine's weekend. My whole family has a flower shop on the south end of Miami, Cypress Gardens Flower Shop. So they usually, well, in the old days, Valentine's Day is Sunday. All you guys, Valentine's Day is Sunday. So if you don't want to be in the doghouse, maybe flowers is a good first choice. So we would go to work when we were kids. Maybe if the holiday was on a Sunday, maybe on Wednesday, and we didn't come home till Sunday night. We had air mattresses. We slept on the floor because everybody's got a sweetheart or two or three or more. That's terrible. So, but it was funny to watch. It was funny to watch because as a kid, I would be taking orders. I would be making orders. I'd be doing whatever my dad had me doing. Okay, so these guys would come in and they'd have these papers in their hands. And, okay, I want to send one to my wife. Happy Valentine's, my dearest. Love always, Pedro. I'll pick on me so I don't pick on anybody else. And then he'll say, and I want one sent to Teresa Maternez, to my darling sweetheart, who I can't live without. Happy Valentine's. I will love you forever and a day. What? Okay, so I'm a kid. I'd be 16, 17, so I'm getting trained real well. And after we finished with her, and then I want to send one to Sally. I want to send one to Sally, no last name, just to Sally, and say, Pedro loves you forever and ever. You are my Valentine's. Me amore a Pedro. So, one guy, 3 Valentines. So that wouldn't be like everybody, but there was quite a few where we got the giggles, and then we'd always have to go read the cards, especially the ones that they would bring in where it would be kind of like, I have the card sealed, and he's got tape on it, and he's got the card sealed with tape, and then after seal and taped, he's got it stapled. And then, of course, you know, we're curious as hell to see what's in that card, okay? So that's Valentine's inside the flower business. So you guys are mostly outside the flower business. So they're down, the name of the shop is Cypress Gardens Flower Shop. It's in the south side of Dade County, but he's part of the FTD Association, which means he can send orders for Valentine's pretty much anywhere in the world. So is this a commercial for my brother? No. They're working hard. I don't think they want orders, and they're not, their phone systems are not open now. They're open till I think 5 o'clock. But so this week, or this year I should say, Valentine's is divided up a little bit because Valentine's is on Sunday, February 14th. So you guys that have a wife, a mother, you know the sweetest ones? You know what the ones that really touched me was when a guy would come in and he would order something like a dozen roses for his wife, or 2 dozen roses for his wife, or he wants one of those $125 arrangements, which our shop is known for down there. They would make like, they've got artistic designers. So they put like a bunch of roses in the center, or a couple of big nice orchids, and then a beautiful arrangement in a standard vase. Sometimes you could get a nicer vase. But the guy that would come in and order it for his wife, and after he finished ordering for his wife, he would order one for his daughter, kind of like he's dating his daughter. And I thought that was the nicest, coolest things when the dads would do that for their kids. So they would send something to the, to his wife, and then he would send a smaller one, just something interesting. And if she was like a little girl, he would like pick out a teddy bear or a box of chocolates to go along with the flowers. So that was the cool thing. That was touching. That's the really great dads, that do something really sweet for their kids, for their daughters. I never saw anyone send it to their sons, little boys, because the little boys, I'm talking up to teenagers, they get internal family Valentines. Like when I was a kid, we had to send one to each one of my brothers, and each one of them had to send to me. But then we got older, we got wiser, we didn't do that no more. That's when moms rule the world. Mom made me say that. All right, let's see who's in here tonight. Are we live? Yes, we're live. Do we have a good signal? Yep, the radio signal is doing really good. So are we getting anybody in here saying hello? Sure we are. We got Mike from MDZ Shots. Hello, Peter. Happy Friday. Mike, why are you all the way up there? Let's put this back down, kind of like in the middle, and bring it lower and lower. And let's see, do I have something here where I could see what, oh my, I did it perfectly. Now this is too high. Let's make that much lower. And this will allow this to actually become 3 rows. Okay, so that says I want to thank everybody for the donations and all that kind of stuff. So after Mike, thank you, Mike. How you doing? I hope you have a happy weekend. I hope you feel well. I hope you're doing well, safe, sound, and all that kind of good stuff. Here's Lewis up in Hollywood, Florida. I'm in Miami, Florida. So he's a little bit up the road. And he's saying, hi, everybody. Hi. Everybody says hi back. Hi, PeterGregg. He's working late tonight. I'm on my phone. Well, you know what Lewis does? Lewis is an electronics specialist. So that basically means electronic things. He can fix them, But he kind of like centers on something that, when you fix electronics, you need an inventory. So if I need this fixed, if I need this phone fixed, he's not going to have the parts for this, all right? But in iPhones, he's got a good inventory going. So he actually fixes the iPhones, and he works out of his little truck or his whatever his setup is. It's a truck or a car or SUV or something. I'm not quite sure. It doesn't matter. It's got nothing to do with the story. But he's quite good at it. So, he's got a nice following, and it gives him, some nice customers to deal with. So here's my favorite, Raymond. Valentine's room. How was your week, Peter? My week was good. It was rather quiet this week. Not much going on, but I like that. It's not like I'm looking for anything radical to happen, because radical can also mean maybe not so good. So how are you doing? You got yourself a Valentine over there? You could be our Valentine. Happy Valentine's, Raymond. We all love you. I love you, dude. Thanks for coming in. How was your week? How was your week? What did you do this week? Anything interesting and exciting? Did you get out and about? You're in California, so over there, if it's 10 o'clock here, it's 7 o'clock here. So you're just getting your Friday night, you're just getting your whole weekend revved up. And we got Woody. Bye, Raymond. I switched over to Woody. Raymond will be back. All of us guys, it's getting to be a nice little room, quaint little gathering. And when they have, anyone's got questions, they just pop them right up. Why am I sitting so far from the table? Do I have sound? Sure, I have sound. The hills are alive with the sound of music. Hi, everybody, says Woody. I have now shoveled snow 3 weekends in a row, expecting a child. Oh, no, he didn't say that. Expecting half of an inch of snow tonight and tomorrow. Well, first, Woody, I did get your email, so you know, okay? And no, I will not display that stuff, but it got me into looking because Woody sent me an email with some live railway stations, So that got me into looking for live railway stations, and I found these big, anybody like trains? Big, heavy engines, where there's like 3, 4, 5 engines, and they got this mother of all snowplows on the front of it. And sometimes they go through the snow really fast, like a sharp point, and then it comes out like that, so the snow gets pushed out the sides. And then there's other ones where they got these blades that are going around. I mean, it means business. If you get involved in a fight with that, you're dead. How do I say that any nicer? You're gone. You're not going to be around anymore. Okay? But it churns up the snow, and then it spits it out and blows it out into one side or the other. I don't know. Maybe it can be diverted from one side to the other. So I got into watching all that stuff, and I was just kind of mesmerized because, we don't get snow here in Miami. Oh, you didn't know we didn't get snow here in Miami? We don't get snow here in Miami. Maybe in the 70s, 1972 or 76 or something, I think we got snow, but it never hit the ground. But I don't remember it, to be honest with you. So, Woody, I did get your email, and you got me off and going into the wild blue yonder of snow trains. And then there's other trains that go through, I think it was through Norway. The most amazing scenery I've ever seen. It goes through these tunnels, and then it comes out, and there's these mountains that look like God had to put them there. That's how big the mountains were. And if they got snow flurries and stuff, I don't know, it keeps those trains from getting knocked over, but they go right over to the edge. And if you look down, it looks like it's 300 feet down. One good whoof with the wind, and snowboarding will not be a new term for you. So I was really into that, and all because of you, Woody. No, it was your wife. She probably sent me that email. So thanks for sending that to me. I think that was awesome. Mike at MDZ Shot says, Happy Valentine's. Happy Valentine's Day to you. Don't forget your sweet, significant others, whatever we call them, wives, girlfriends, or someone else, because they will be anxiously waiting for something. I should turn this into a sale. Do I have a phone? If you'd like to place your order for Valentine's, call 1-212-555-1212 and ask them to send flowers, and I think they do it for free now too. That was a joke, okay? That was the phone number for the White House. And that was a joke. You're not calling, you call your local florist if you're going to get flowers sent to your girl or your boy or your daughter. I don't know. Excuse me. I'm reaching, not puberty, poverty. The water thing goes down straight. So, happy Valentine's, Mike. Thank you very much. I wish everybody in here happy Valentine's Day. And talk about somebody that is just vivacious in his personality, exceedingly happy, got the best coloring, better than I am at this YouTubing. I don't know why, but it's my friend Tom Buck. And yes, I have talked to him on the phone. You guys actually heard it. He's an awesome guy. And hello to Mrs. Tom Buck. I wish I would remember her name, then I would just call her Sylvia. But it's not Sylvia. Okay. So, how are you guys doing? Thank you for being in here tonight. Thank you for being a member of my Patreon. Oh, what does that say on the bottom? I have it running. I need to turn it off. But it says, I want to thank all of my donors. That's the reason that it's up there. So that Tom, who's a donor, Randy, who's a donor, Sly, who's a donor, $3 a month is what it starts. No, this is not a commercial, but this is something about financial. Okay, there's got to be a financial tap on the back somehow. So $3 a month is 10 cents a day, and that's what it when you join Patreon. And they take out, I think, what is it, 15 or 20% or something like that. So that's at the lower level, but I think I'm at the level where they take out 8 or 10%. That's why it's $3 instead of $1 as a starting point. So, Tom Buck, happy Valentine's to you and your wife. I love you guys. Thank you for being in the Valentine's room. It is red and white in here, mostly. I did add some blue blips. Oh, and I got the LEDs. Where is it? All the way down the side here. So, it's a little bit like Tom. Tom's got a lot of blue. where his coloring themes are. Here's Aaron. I listened to your live stream, the one not where you had the guests, but the one where you were singing. And of course, I loved it. I don't say anything because I don't want you to think like, oh, I have to say hi to Peter, and so I don't want to disrupt you. I'm there. If I'm there, I give it a thumbs up, just like you guys. We got 8 people that put thumbs ups in here. Thank you. That's kind of like a pat on the back. Good going, mates. Good going. Let me give you a tap on the back. Bam! Just a little tap would be fine. Thank you. I don't need the one that knocks the air right out of me. So, Aaron is our British guy, but I think he's moved to New York now. I know he's in New York. Randy said to tell you guys. I don't know if he's in here or not yet, but he said to tell you guys. That's on the Mac, that you do need to update your OS software if you're on Big Sur. There's a security leak that's big enough for Randy to have gotten all upset, and he wouldn't let me go live tonight unless I updated. So I updated about 8 o'clock, so I had plenty of time. And it's 11.2.1. Let me make sure. I didn't even check if that's what's in here now. So I just set it and forget it. Yeah, 11.2.1 is the Big Sur. So after you watch the show tonight or when you log off, anybody that's got a Big Sur Mac needs to be 11.2.1, which means they'll probably find something else, and then we'll be at 11.2.2, and on it goes. Just got another ZB1. Did you try the new firmware? No, I haven't tried it yet. I understand you can get it over at B&H, which is a convenient place to go and download the firmware. But let's see, do I have that camera on and connected? You'll know in a second. There she is. There it is. This is the ZB1. I have the air conditioner on here. It's at 74 degrees, which means the compressor will probably run for quite a bit tonight. So I don't expect for this one to be overheating. On Aaron's, his ZB1 has overheated a few times. Mine has never overheated. So Aaron actually sent his back, and so he just got another one. And I'm guessing it came with the new firmware. I don't know. So let me know. I can't even check to see what firmware this is because I'm not going to go and mess up the camera. So Lewis is saying hi to Aaron Short. And Lewis knows. Yeah, it's a love-hate relationship with the ZB1 for Aaron. Aaron likes the camera, okay? Honestly, Aaron likes the camera. The problem is when you're live streaming and it overheats, you don't like it. At that moment, it's like, what? You just shut off and overheated? So in those moments in time, he doesn't like the camera. So he sent it back. But he liked it enough to get another one back in here. So Eric says hello to everybody. Hi, Eric. I hope you have a good Valentine's weekend. Safe, sound, healthy, wealthy, and wise. Speaking of healthy, wealthy, and wise, here's Kippy. Hi, Peter and everybody from the future. He is 12 hours, a solid 12 hours, directly ahead of my Miami time. So I am now at 10:21 p.m. Okay. And let's see. So he would be at 10:21 a.m. on Saturday morning. And this is the normal part where I ask him, are you having pancakes? So you get the idea that pancakes is on my mind? So let's see. That's Kippy. I was going to try to reach you this weekend. I needed to try to do something, but I worked my way around it. So, remember last week? You guys really started getting on my case about shorts. No, not my underwear. Hashtag shorts. And I tried to show you a couple of people that did the shorts and stuff like that. Okay, so let's stop thanking our donors. Okay, and then I could pull this down a little bit. Ooh, all the way down. Okay, so then if I turn on the thank you to my donors, which is not on very much. Bum, 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 bum. Where's the thank you to the donors? I just used it. It's right there. Okay, so that should be moved up above, because that doesn't stay on all night. So there. Better? Okay, I was worried about that for a minute. So what did I start to say? I'll tell you a little bit later, maybe closer to 11 o'clock. I made a short, hashtag shorts video. I sent it to like 3, 4, 5 of my friends. None of them liked it very much, so you never got to see it. Never got to see the light of day. But I'll pull it over from the other computer and let you guys see it, as long as you don't start attacking me. I'm so fragile tonight. No, I'm not fragile tonight. Hey, Peter and family, from David Crooks. Oh. Almost heaven, David's Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River, Woody, you too. I know you're in that area. That I'm talking about Virginia and the neighboring neighborhoods, country roads. Take me home to the place I belong, West Virginia, Mountain Mama. Take me home, country roads. David always invokes that in my mind, so I'm going to sing to David. Maybe he needs it. Happy Valentine's, David. I've been singing long enough to you, right? So you are a sweetheart. You're everybody's sweetheart. Don't want it to get too funny in here. Okay, so you're everybody's sweetheart. So sang him a song. I sang him a song. Now, where is that Joe Martin? I haven't seen him in a while. Where is that? There he is. There you are. Hi, Joe. All iced in here in Waco, Texas. You got ice there in Waco? Oh, cool. I'm going to be sending somebody my special barbecue sauce, and they're in Texas. So I was worried about it going through the mail, although there's nothing in there, vinegar and all the sweet stuff that goes into a barbecue sauce, and I was worried about it getting spoiled. Let me pull the mic out, because I don't want it. There we go. I don't want it rubbing on the shirt, and then you'll be hearing that all night long. And then halfway into the show, somebody will mention it, and it'll be too late for me to go back and fix the first part of the show. So now I clipped it to the outside. All the rumbling that you're hearing now is me fiddling. Okay. All right, so you shouldn't hear any rumbling anymore. So, Joe is all iced in Waco, Texas. What did I see? Oh, while I was watching all the snow videos, I was watching this UPS driver on a steep driveway, and the whole driveway was ice, solid ice. He would take 2 steps and slide all the way back down to the truck. He would try to take 4 steps, slide all the way back down into the truck. Then he started to lean on the package, take 2 steps, push the package forward, take 2 steps. After maybe about 15 steps, slide all the way back down to the truck. I'm going, well, this is quite interesting. So finally, he stuck his foot out, he put it on the bumper, and he gave the package a huge shove, and it slid up all the way up the driveway onto the flat area that's up there. and the driver goes like that. So I've never seen that before. I thought that was very interesting. Here's Mario. Hello, Peter. Hello to all of you. Happy Chocolate Week. That's true. It's Valentine's is chocolate. So happy Chocolate Week to you, Mario. How are you doing? How are you feeling? What are you doing? Who are you doing it with? How long you been doing it? Am I a little bit nosy? Well, maybe just a little bit. Maybe just a little bit. So here's Ray. I think the last snowstorm here I left my heart in San Francisco, and I never got it back. No, I didn't get it back. Was in 1976. Yeah, it was the 70s. We had snow here in Miami too. So that's pretty cool. And you remember that, or it's just a date? It's something that you put into your mind? That is pretty cool. Pretty cool. So Woody says, my avatar photo is from Valentine's Day 2 years ago. No wonder you both look so happy. You were sweethearts in love, and it's Valentine's Day. And look at the smile, and there's something, I'm not close enough to examine it too close, but there's something red around your wife's, maybe it's a scarf or something like that. You both got a beautiful smile. Thank you. Now I got some history to go along with that avatar. That is pretty cool. Tell Luke that I said hello, by the way. David is, how much snow did you get, David? David, how much snow? And I think it was almost 4 inches, and most has melted. Now it's just cold and the threat of ice. Oh, what else did I see? They make this electric gizmo, and you basically scrape it on very short snow, and it just shoots it out, and it all runs on battery, lithium battery. And I thought, I got to get me one of those. But then when I saw it and I started watching more snow videos, the snow gets really deep. So I don't think this little thing, I think it would be classified as a toy or a snow sweeper for like your porch or something like that. But when I started to see the big, heavy snow, it ain't going to do it. So Aaron says, I used your Amazon link, but if it overheats, it's going back. If it overheats, I probably would send it back. Or maybe you might want to try turning on the air conditioner. Turn it on, let them hear the noise. Your guitar in your singing is louder, so it's in the quiet spots. Until you figure out, pre-cool the apartment, or really cold, and then when you go live, shut it off. That's what I used to do in here until I finally said, when I do my regular videos for the big channel, I do turn it off. But for tonight, for 1 or 2 hours, no, it stays on. And we've gone, 6-7 hours? I couldn't stay in here. There's no windows, and it would just overheat. Everything is a light. Now, the LED lights do run cooler, okay, but still, it can get warm in here. Actually, my A73 Sony overheated once, and it was the one single night that I decided that I wanted to try and use I turned the air conditioner off in the room. That was the big Christmas room, and that room, the tree in there has got a lot of lights like these, but these lights are LEDs. And in the other Christmas room with the big tree, the big tree, those are the old-fashioned. That tree, even just putting your hands out like that near the tree, and you would feel the warmth. That's how warm it was. So I could feel the what do they call them? Beads of sweat running down my back until my t-shirt caught it. A couple of times it ran down a little too low, and it was like almost ticklish. But I didn't do that anymore. I run the air conditioners. So, but thank you for using my link, Aaron. That was sweet of you. Such a sweetheart. You are a Valentine's sweetheart. Which camera? Over here. You are a Valentine's sweetheart. Bob, Baran. Merry Christmas, Peter. Here I am. I am in Vero Beach for my friend's son's. Oh, that's the one where they tapped you to do a little photographing I'm going to be listening to you as I head back to my hotel room in Fort Pierce. Good to see everybody. Yep, don't be watching, but you can be listening while you're driving. Merry Christmas, Happy Valentines. I hope your friend's son had a wonderful wedding. I know what he'll be doing tonight. I hope they have a wonderful time wherever they're going on their honeymoon, and they don't get caught in the snow someplace. So if he got married here in Florida, if they're smart, they'll go south. Maybe a cruise, maybe Costa Rica, beautiful country, or Cozumel, or something south. Or maybe they went to Disney. Honestly, well, maybe it's my age, okay? But if I got married now, I would want to take my new wife and go to Disney and just explore Disney for days on end. There's so much stuff to do there. You don't even have to go on any rides. I mean, the rides are for kids. If she wanted to go on a ride, I would do a ride, but I wouldn't go on a roller coaster. I'm not interested in showing everybody my lunch or my dinner. So, my breakfast actually in that case. But I would go that way. And you want Disney World to be cool. Otherwise, you're going to overheat there. So, you can't answer, and I don't want you to answer now that you're driving, Bob. But did you take some nice pictures, a little bit better than you would have normally? That's number one. And how would you rate the photographer? How did they do? Would you rate them that the photographer did a good job? Not such a good job? You were a little bit like, gosh, I'm a little bit not so happy, but what are you going to do? Just give me a little report on what the photographer did while they were there, but not now while you're driving. Of course not. Aaron's shorts has a nice ring to it. Aaron's shorts. You got short shorts? Are you going to model them on your channel? Still walking 8 miles per day. Where are you going? I guess once you get outside on the sidewalk, you can go for quite a bit. Actually, are you close to Central Park? You probably take a ring around Central Park, but I don't know how big it is. David says, thanks. The song does make me smile. Good. I want you to feel good, David. I know 2020 was a rough year for you, and I want you to feel good. I mean, that's the point. Otherwise, there's no point. I mean, I just sit here and talk for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, So you need to look good. It's better to look good than to feel good. That was a saying many years ago. Aaron is requesting My Funny Valentine by Fred Astaire, but with an original melody so you don't get a strike. My funny Valentine, I'm not singing that. And there's no strikes anymore. What they give you instead of a strike is where somebody else takes the money that this generates. But what do we got? 200 subscribers? Do we have 200 or 100? I lost track, okay? So, what are they going to get? 13 cents? I got nasty things to say about it, but I'm not going to say anymore. So, I can sing now. I'm pretty much free from that, but my mind kind of goes there. I can't do that on the big channel, okay? So, Joey, Peter, why don't you have M&Ms anymore? Because I wanted to stop gaining weight, but that didn't work. So I thought if I didn't have the M&Ms, I would stop gaining the weight. But I went to chocolate fudge. Then I went to Hershey's Kisses. Oh, mamma mia, that's a Hershey's a Kiss. She's a perfect for a Valentine's. You get a flowers and a big jar, big something ceramic that costs you like $300, and you fill it with Hershey's Kisses or M&Ms, and you got the best of everything. You got the flowers. The girls like flowers. Okay, I see where over the years they see like the flower industry, they make a lot of money on Valentine's. What they don't realize is there's not a lot of money on June and March and April and July and August and September. So it's like, oh, but they make a lot of money on Valentine's. So one major holiday, but they have more than one major holiday. Mother's Day is another big one. So now we got these places where you make your own teddy bear. You got these places where you get these very sexually enticing lingerie. Like they know Valentine's is usually a trigger point to get into a romantic mood. So in order to collect some money while you're trying to collect some happiness in your evening, they have all these other things. But the girls, I have found over the years, you can send them anything you want. But if you don't do the flowers, you are in the doghouse, and it's not like an obvious thing. You won't know it right away. It's like one of those where after a few days, what's wrong, honey? Nothing. Sweetheart, is there something wrong? Nothing. Like, you should have known better. And because you didn't know better, I'm pissed off now. But I'm not going to let you know I'm pissed off. It's just the way it is. It's an animal called wifey. It's a 4-letter word. That's all right. They don't get us either. So that's why no more M&Ms for a while, although I'm tempted to get some more. But I might get the Hershey's Kisses. Norm says, Merry Christmas, Peter. Good evening, Greggies. How you doing, Norm? I was thinking of you, or something came across this week because of you, and I can't remember what it was. I don't remember what it was. I'm uncomfortable, in case you guys are wondering. Why are you shifting around so much? You got ants in your pants? No, I'm just uncomfortable. So good to see you, Norm, my buddy, my pal, one of the best guys you'll ever meet. Joey says, can you talk about how to light and expose the face? How do you know how to set white balance without a gray card? You don't use a gray card to set white balance. That solved that problem. White balance. Where does it have the word gray in there? My golly gee whiz, it doesn't. But we are trained to use a gray card. And they all, when they make their little thingamajigs, they do their, percentage of gray. But mine are not gray. Mine that I sell are white. W-H-I-T-E. You know, that group that they say is that they're privileged, and so we need to extinguish them. It's a white card, not a gray card. So white balance is set with a white item. Where I can, I don't know where my white balance tool went. My good one. Oh, I see it. It's over underneath the monitor. Now I lost track of what I was going to say. Oh, where 18% gray comes in is a lot of people, when they set their white balance, overexpose. So in order to keep all the idiots from overexposing, they underexposed the paper. So the paper is gray. Gray is a shade of white. Okay? It's no color, and it slides from white to black. At the 18% mark, up near the 100% for white, okay, is what everybody got it into their heads that they're supposed to use for white balance. Well, that's not true. I sell white balance cards at a professional level. Okay, so it is not true. However, you will get the person that was educated in that, and if they've got half a temper, they'll take it to the grave that I'm 100% wrong. Okay, but I'm not. So, as a matter of fact, there's a company that would be my competitor called Expo Disc. So Expo Disc is reduced the amount of light that goes through their white balance tool. Let me get mine so you can see it. And by 18%. So they think they're doing something, but what they're doing, in fact, is they've limited it so that you cannot get a good white balance reading in low light. All right, so this is my tool. Okay, if I put my finger behind it, can you see my finger? That's how translucent it is. So if I move my finger away by 3 inches, okay, let's get it in the light. Which light? There we go. All right. So at a certain level, you can't see the finger anymore. Okay. So when you put this in front of a camera lens, let's get a lens here. I pull it away, and the instructions say pull it away. Okay. By, I just say 6 inches. Okay. So the secret sauce in this one is that it allows the most amount of light that you could possibly do and still, blend all the colors. Okay, so as I move away, all right, the finger disappears. It's still there. Okay, it disappears. Where is it? There it is. Okay. All right, so I'm trying to get it in front of the light. Well, my finger is where the lens would be. So the point of this being is it blends the colors. I thought of calling this the color blender, because that's the point of white balance, is to shred all the light so tiny that it blends into one big blob. All right, and that's how you do white balance. So where does the 18% gray come in? 18% gray comes in to set your exposure. All right, so when you want to set your exposure, the safest place to set it is 18% under white. And there you have your gray card. Okay. Now remember, in all of that I just said, I did not say you can't use the gray card to expose. Okay. I have the 8x10 or 8.5x11 or whatever it is, one of the old ones, Kodak gray cards. Okay, so you would actually take that, you'd put it in the light, and you'd get your readings, and any white balances that you were going to do for the enlargers. Back at that time, I was doing things in the dark room and stuff like that. Okay, I wish I knew then what I know now. Things would have been a lot easier. So that was Joey. Here's Mark. Hello, Peter. How you doing, Mark? How you doing? 10 degrees here in Chicago tonight. I have no reference to tell. I can't even go sit in the refrigerator, because the refrigerator is like, what, 48 degrees? So I can't freeze myself enough to figure out what 10 degrees are. I hope you got your warm underwear on. I did wear that once. Thermal underwear. It works. My God, I felt like, hey, this cold doesn't bother me at all. So I guess all the and it goes all the way down to your ankles. Okay, so it's not like bikini underwear. It goes all the way to your ankles, and then the t-shirt covers all your chest, all the way out to here. For you guys up north, you already know this, but it basically blocks the wind from blowing right through you, and it keeps your body heat to stay inside. So I was like, wow, what a country. What an amazing invention that was. So I still have it. I used it once, I think in the 80s, and never used it again. We don't have any use for it, but I kept it. If we get a blizzard here in Miami, I have my thermal underwear. Don't know if I'll be able to find it or if it's moth-eaten, but I do. So Mark is freezing his buns off. Happy Valentine's, Mark. Love you, dude. I hope everything is well. I called you right after the show last Friday, but you didn't answer. So either you hooked up with some person or something. I don't know what you did, who you did it with, how long you did it. But you didn't answer the phone. I wanted to make sure you were okay. How are you doing this week? Did you see the football game? I'm not going to say anything else. But I did pray for you every night this week. Aaron's got my Bluetooth mouse died during Monday's stream. That was interesting. I had to end it by turning off the computer. Just bought a cheap wired mouse. Ta-da! As a backup. I got one for that mouse, that computer, a USB mouse, which can easily be transferred to the M1. And I have been caught with my pants down on that a few times. And no, it's got to have an auxiliary. And even if I don't have the mouse plugged in, which I don't have it plugged in right now. Oh, I plugged in the Western Digital hard drive. I took it out for some reason. You can always slip it in. But yep, like this is a Bluetooth mouse. So if this died, okay, I'd have to go over there, get it from the 2017 iMac, go plug it in over there. So what, maybe about 35 seconds. So that must have been an interesting feeling. Ooga chaga, ooga chaga, ooga chaga. I can't help this feeling deep inside of me. 10 degrees? Yeah, hard to believe, right? Mark is just kidding. It's not 10 degrees. He's just joking with us. No, he's not. I'm just getting his attention. Are you drinking with the boys tonight? What you doing? Your ZV-1 will not overheat tonight. You keep thinking that. You keep thinking that, Aaron. My ZV-1 will not overheat tonight. And click your heels when you say it, too. My ZV-1 will not overheat tonight. My ZV-1 will not overheat tonight. Somewhere over the rainbow, I'll sing out of tune. Ba ba la 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 la. Norm, it's chilly. Baby, it's cold outside. I wanna go home, but baby, it's cold out there. It's chilly in Toronto tonight, about -15. Wow, that sounds really cold. It sounds super duper cold. Let's see, what froze up? Something froze up. It was the camera. I was making fun of the ZV-1, and the Z6 decided to freeze up. Oh, I switched. Did you guys see it freeze up, or was it just my internal stuff here that freezed up? All of a sudden it looked like I wasn't doing anything, going anywhere. Nothing was happening. So -15's got to be cold. David, I have 211 subs? That is awesome. Where did we get, there's like 20 of us normally. Where did we get the other 180 people? Well, I don't know what to tell you, but I'm grateful for them. We're flying right to that 1,000 mark. We're getting there really, really fast. So what do you guys think? I'm asking for your advice, okay? We got such a big array of thinkers in here. This channel, I only use it Friday nights, which means I can pop up some videos that are not live. In other words, they just pop up during the day when I would load them up. So I don't know what type of videos I can just drip, because it would just be a drip. Okay. I have not been using the stars. I'm going to start it now because I wanted to go and see something. Did I skip somebody? I got Mark, Joey, Norm, Joey, Aaron, David. Nope, I didn't skip anyone. I don't know why I felt like I skipped someone. All right, so now we're back to David's 211 subs. How convenient for that star thing to be there. So now Eric says, Snickers came out with a new candy called Snickers Peanut Butter Brownie. Oh, crap. That sounds so dangerous. Snickers came out with Snickers Peanut Butter. Just what I like. Brownie. Just what I like. And it's got to be covered with chocolate. Did they put any nuts in it at all? Or is it just a brownie with peanut butter and chocolate? Actually, does it matter? I am going to look that up. This is kind of like a high priority. High priority. I should wake Mabel up for that one. Honestly. So Norm says, you have to learn the 2 magic words to a peaceful existence with the ladies. Yes, dear. Never argue with the wife. You can't win. You will never be right. Yes, there's two sets of secret words. Yes, dear, and I'm sorry. Those will get you out of most troubles. David says, I'm a past cover customer of the Right White Easy Balance a couple of years ago. What color is yours? David, what color is your Right White? What color is your Right White? Here's Lewis. Who said Lewis wasn't coming around? Hello, Peter and friends. Hi, Lewis. Happy Valentine's, dude. I hope you remember to send something to your mom, your sister, your girlfriend. Something to make them feel special, because girls want to feel special for Valentine's. You could be our Valentine, so we'll make you feel special. Happy Valentine's, Lewis. I love you, dude. I hope you have a good, safe weekend. So how you doing, Lewis? If Sly gets a video up before you, Lewis, I think you're getting a spanking, dude. I do, so slap that camera up there and belt out a song. And we'll sing in the sunshine or snowfall. We'll sing every day. Yeah, we'll sing in the sunshine and then be on our way. Poop, 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 poop. Here is Simon. Simon is getting his camera fixed. And the word on the street is it's coming back sooner rather than later. So Simon says, happy Friday, Peter. Still working on my Saturday video. So many things went wrong, but I didn't give up. The little train that could when I should have given up. No, you're not a giver-upper. You got 21,000, 31,000, 71,000 subscribers. You're not a giver-upper, and the proof is in the pudding. I spoke with, I did speak to Simon this week, but I spoke to Liam, and they're doing, his mother is Asian, and they're doing the Chinese New Year's. I don't know if it's a one-day thing or they do the whole weekend, and Liam is 6 years old, and he was like all excited to do that. So, but when he's done with the conversation, he's like this. Oh, Peter this and Peter that and Peter, and I love you, Peter. Bye, Peter, this and that, Peter, bye. And he's gone. It's like you have no recourse. He is just gone, okay? So talking with him is a exercise in so many areas. So, but he's just a ball of love. That kid is a ball of love. Hi, Peter. How you doing, Liam? I'm good. I wanted to talk to you. Well, here I am. What are you doing? I'm having lunch. It's my mommy's birthday today. So you know you're getting really tight and close with them when they want to share with you what means a lot to them. So he wanted to share his mother with me. He wanted me to talk to his mother. Now, his mother is a sweetheart. Her name is Susan. That would be Simon's wife, okay? But she won't come. I want to make sure I read everything. Yeah, I read the whole thing. But she won't get on the camera, okay? So it's interesting because Simon wants her to come and get in on the camera. So the word on the street is Simon might be getting the camera either today or tomorrow, Saturday. So I don't know if it would get it set. I'll find out when I talk to him. Actually, you could find out faster than me. Watch his video tomorrow. Because when his R5 comes back from being repaired, then I'm sure he's going to herald it. And he'll tell you what all the newest news is on the FX3, which is, they can't find anything to talk about, so it's the magnificent FX3. I actually have the magnificent A7S3. Now, this, you want to talk about magnificent? This camera just gets better and 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 better. When it came in, it was like, ah. Now it's like, don't you even touch it. Get your hands away from the S3. It's a wonderful, wonderful camera. So David is going to talk to Norm. I agree that those two are the most important words. Going on 26 years of marriage. Ooh, we've got some history going on in here. When I lived in central Illinois, I wore long underwear from October to March. You never took it off to wash it? From October to March? You must have been a very wonderful person to stand around, David. You stepped into it. What do you want from me? Matt says, hello, Peter. When was the first anniversary of your live stream shows? Actually, that's a really good question because it was in February. I just have to go back through the history to find out. I started live streaming mid to 3/4 of the way in February on the big channel daily. And that's because it's the only thing I could think of to do to help the people that felt locked into their houses. I felt sorry for them, and I've told this story many times. So when I saw some guy get on the balcony of his big apartment in Italy where the whole stinking country was locked down, and everybody was out on their balconies, and they were all singing to his playing guitar, and it was like massive sound. I mean, this was not like a single apartment building. He was in an apartment building. It looked like a street of apartment buildings. And all you heard was this amazing melody just coming. And I said, that guy did something. Why am I not doing anything? So that kicked off the live streaming. And I live streamed every single day until July, and then every single week from July forward, except Christmas and New Year's. Not much water left. Who's going to get me some more water? So that's when it started, Matt. Good call, buddy. You kind of knew. You knew it was somewhere around here. So this would be I would say this month is the 1 year anniversary of my live streaming. And not only it was the first anniversary of my live streaming, it was my first live show I ever did. I was making my underwear brown or yellow. Doesn't matter. Pick a side. Heads or tails. So, I mean, it was so scary. Now I've been through a complete termination of the live stream. My batteries have gone out on one or the other of the mic. What else has happened? A couple of the cameras have fallen asleep right in the middle of the stream. So now you just meet all these catastrophes with like, okay, let's fix it. Got to do something to fix it. Looks okay from my angle. Do I need to, should I ask now? Should I fix anything? Nah. But thank you, Matt. That was a real sweet, happy Valentines. You're our sweetheart too. I was going to say you're my sweetheart, but it might come across wrong, but I love everybody that's in here. So you're all my sweethearts. So go ahead. Put it on the front page of the New York Times. They don't tell the truth about anything anyway. So it's been a year. Eric says it was frozen. The camera heard 10 degrees and it felt cold and it shut down. It's probably what it did. I'm on the A7S. Let's go to the Nikon Z6. Nikon Z6, still a sweet camera. So you're saying, where's the A7C? Oh, you didn't say it? Well, I'll say it for you. It's right here. It's about to get packaged up. It's time to send this one back. So I took it off, and I've got to figure out what to put there. Or I can take the Nikon Z6, and I can unlock it. Actually, let's do that right now, so you can watch me do it. All right, so now, this is the Z6. This is the copy of the Z6. Can you tell the difference? No. However, on the copy, I'm going to make it so I'm going to add myself another camera. How are you going to do that? I'm going to click the zoom button. I'm going to zoom it in. Kind of like I have a little bit of a telephoto lens. Going to move me around. Position me. Let me stand up because I normally don't sit. I normally don't sit. So let's pull this up a little bit. Okay, let's close that. Let's lock that up. Okay, so now I have two cameras out of one. This is the Z6, and when I go to the copy of the Z6, it gives me a zoomed view. I did the same thing with the S3. Here's the S3, and the next one is a zoom view of the S3. And now the Z6, the zoom view, there we are, of the Z6. And I could do that with any camera. Here's the ZB1. Has not overheated yet, Aaron. Aaron. Aaron has not overheated. So we'll go back to the Z6. So this is the zoomed. So it kind of gives me two cameras out of one camera. And it gives me like a more intimate look. Ba 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 ba. So Eric's camera felt cold. Woody says, I watched Simon yesterday on the Z9. That's the Ordinary Filmmaker. That's the one you're talking about? Ordinary Filmmaker. I shared your OM Digital video to Rob Treck's live stream on Thursday. Cool beans. You got a lot of people sharing your stuff, Simon. That's excellent. Norm says 37 years. Not trained yet. My wife still thinks I'm a bachelor. You got to stop leaving all your dirty clothes. Your socks on the counter, your underwear on the floor, your pants over there. Who knows where you leave your shoes. So for her, you're still a college boy. I'd keep it that way if I were you. Matt says, Happy Lunar New Year. Oh, is that why the Chinese celebrate it now? I didn't know that. I didn't realize. Lewis says, Happy Love Day and Lunar New Year, everybody. God bless you. Same thing for you, Lewis. Same thing for you, buddy. Aaron says, I watched Shane's stream last night. I saw it too. We were both watching the same thing. His camera looks great. Do you know what he uses? Yes, he uses the GH5S. He recently updated it. We did have a nice little conversation on that, and he wound up going with that camera. Does not overheat. I think he's got two G85s also, which would be one of his second cameras, and I believe he's got the GH5. So it's all in the Micro Four Thirds, and he's letting the GH5S focus on its own. So what you're watching is not pre-focusing. It focuses on its own. On the video that you were watching, one of the cameras did mess up on the focus, but he went and kicked it and bashed it a little bit. He fixed it. But it's a difference of night and day now. The clarity, the sound that he's putting out is broadcast level. Okay, the GH5S is a broadcast level quality. You're close enough to the camera where you wouldn't have difficulty with focusing on the GH5S. But it's not a $750 camera. It's basically the Panasonic's top-of-the-line camera until you move over into full frame, which you don't need full frame, honestly. So, yeah, Shane's using the GH5S. Now, if you ask me what lens he's using, then I'm sure he told me, but I don't remember. So it's one with glass in it. He's using a lens with glass in it. Please tell me how you connect and power your ZV-1. USB plug, and it's plugged into a telephone charger. I could make it more complicated than that, but I can give you a word of warning. The connection is really, really weak. Don't be playing with it. Seriously. Plug it in, and if you don't have to unplug it, don't touch it. If you do have to unplug it, then go ahead and unplug it. But no in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. It'll just start to wiggle like a loose tooth. Okay? And then you'll be having to get it fixed. So it's a weak spot on all the Sonys except for this guy right here. This guy is using a full HDMI, and it's got a lock-on clamp. So with the ZV-1, what it honestly needs is a lock-on clamp. That's what they need for this camera. Okay, because I'm afraid to touch any of those plugs. They're very, very weak. Even the USB plug is very, very weak. So there. Here's my new camera, the Z6 zoomed in. Mario says, Peter, how do you set up the audio so that it's leveled and not be too loud or too soft compared to other volumes on the web? Audio is something that I have a particular interest in, so I spend a little extra time trying to make sure that I kind of sounded like a radio station, because one of my interests as a kid, teen, and into more later than teens, was radio, actual real FM radio stations. Okay, so I set up a play radio station here as a teenager, you know how boys and their toys, and I had the turntables that spin up real quick and all that, and you have to make sure there's no buzz that's in here or there. I did get stymied with that once, but I called one of the top chief engineers in the United States. His name is Mike Ziegenbein, that runs. I worked at the station at the same time here in Miami when I was in college with him. So you know how you make connections in college. So he was the chief engineer of the radio station. I was on the air. Okay, but we became friendly. So he's at a major network now. I can't give out I'm not sure if I should give out the information or not, so I'm just not. Okay, so I couldn't get rid of a buzz, and it was so simple. I couldn't believe, I was embarrassed. So, but he got rid of the buzz, 30 seconds. And I've been through so many different things. So my audio is something I really pay attention to. So I have a good quality microphone. I have a good quality lav, which is a wireless transmitter, which is on me, and receiver, which is plugged into the Blackmagic. And then it goes in, it's streamlined, and everything is high quality. And I hope you're hearing high quality. Now, for the levels, I have a limiter and a compressor. So without a limiter and a compressor, it's one of the areas that Lewis could use to get himself a plug-in that's a limiter or a compressor or both. I use both. And you can even put equalization. Now, listen when I'm quiet. On this system, you can hear the air conditioner. Okay, that's like a noise in the background that just doesn't go away. Some people, we call it white noise. It's just a noise in the air conditioner. Okay, now that's my choice. I could turn the AC off, all right, but then I'd be sweating in about 25 minutes. Now, listen when I go over to this system. This system is going through a mixer. It's going through an equalizer. It's going through a compressor, and it's going through a limiter. The compressor and the limiter is one. It's a Beijing or whatever that's called. Beijing. I don't know. Aaron would probably tell you faster than I can. And I have this one set up. It's got reverb on it, okay, so I don't talk with this, but listen to the noise levels with the difference here. This also has a noise gate, where this one does not have a noise gate, okay? I'll sing to you, Mario. I'll sing you a song, Mario. So I was being quiet in between, so you could hear the background noise on this system is about nothing compared to the talking one. Now when we come over here, suddenly you get the background noise. About once a month maybe, somebody will say, I hear noise back there. And I go like, oh, really? I'm sorry. But the point is, unless I spend more money, which I don't need to, either to eliminate the air conditioning noises and the fan noises in here, or buy a different mic setup that would be more in line with the other, or buy equipment and have it go through the big system over there. But I don't find it necessary. I think I find my sound is pretty good. So I did mention to Lewis the other day that when I listen to him, my iPad, I'm not listening through earbuds. Maybe some of you guys listen through earbuds. I'm not sure. Those things that you put in your ears. Okay, so I'm listening with my iPad, and I have it sitting on my stomach in a little holder so that I can lay down in my bed and just watch any YouTubes or anything else I want. But when I listen to Lewis's channel, I have to have the iPad at the high volume, totally high volume, the highest volume that it'll go, and I still can't make out some of the things that he says. So that's something that he's going to have to tune in on his own. And the way that I tune it in is that I will listen to my... Actually, I compared my broadcast to Lewis's, and I couldn't hear Lewis. Okay, but I could hear me clearly. So then I went to some other bigger YouTubers like Linus Tech Tips, or Max Yuriev, or Marquez Brownlee, people that are pumping out a lot of videos. And my sound is at a similar level to theirs. Mine is actually just a little bit louder than theirs. And I do that on purpose. I have to say I'm pretty satisfied with my sound. I hope you're not saying that to complain. So if I go, hey Mario, hey Mario, hey Mario, hey Mario, you could hear both, because the compressor is bringing up the lower end and the limiter is stopping that pop. See, I did that. It does not go into the red here. Now, I'm sure it's not the most pleasant thing, okay, but it doesn't go into the red. It stays, normally you're coming up, so the meter's going like this for me. So when I talk, it goes like that, and then it backs off, okay? So if I got too hot with the sound, it would actually hit the red, and I could see the meter there. So I pay attention to see if it actually hits the red, and it does not hit the red. Okay, so I can bring it down here. Now this stays completely in the green. There's no yellow. So you have green, which is the happy area, and then you have yellow, which is it's the warning area. But that also means it's hanging around the 0. Okay, then you have the red when it's distorted. Okay. So I bring mine all the way up here. I am now in the yellow, and I just pay attention, and I'm always like sitting at the beginning of the yellow area. So you guys that have meters need to use your meters. That's how you could tell your volume. And that's the same thing that Lewis needs to do, is he needs to use his meters, but don't assume that those meters are what the crowd is going to hear. Okay, So I have tested mine. And let me try to put it back where it belongs. Okay, so I have tested mine, and it needs to be mostly in the yellow, but never touching the red. And it's also equalized a little bit. So I have the actual sound that the frequencies that actually punch through too hard, I've got them pulled down just a little bit. So if all was that like you wanted to complain, tell me what your complaint is. Lewis says I'm using the EOS M. What do I have here? I have this guy. This is the EOS M6 Mark II. And I need to do a video on this because this is like 90% of a Canon 90D, if not more. And I just need to see, let's see, do I have a battery in this one? Yeah, it came on. See how it came on? So I'm going to play with this camera during the week, and I will do a video on this camera and then actually plug it into the system here. Since the A7C is going back, now look at this. They're about the same size. Okay, bigger lens, no lens. I mean, no lens, bigger lens. Okay, but the cameras are very similar in size. Okay, I'd actually have to say, you know, well, this has a lens on it. This camera's lighter. So this camera is like one of the buys of the year. Okay, it's basically a full frame in an APS-C size body. Doesn't have as many buttons and stuff. That would be one of the negatives when I do a review on this compared to other cameras that got more buttons, which gives it more ability to fine-tune it to do what you want. So shoot in 1080, Lewis, and be happy. Now you do have I want to buy a camera bug, but we went through that last week, so we're not doing that again this week. There we go. Aaron says that this battery have to be inserted. Also, are you connecting with a cam link? Yes to the first part. The battery must be in and charged. Because it is technically draining the battery, but it's such a minuscule rate or no rate that I've never even dealt with it. And the reason I haven't dealt with it, it's never run down. It's always plugged in, so when I'm turning the camera off, she's topping it off. So if you're going to use it in a way where you're not going to top it off, then give it a couple of hours every once in a while to top it off. So you need the battery to be charged, and doesn't have to be fully charged, but I go for the fully charged. Okay, and where did I leave off? Oh, it's still on the screen. Am I connecting with the cam link? I could be. I have one here, but I'm not. Okay, and the reason is I'm using the what do you call that thing? The ATM Mini to run the sounds for the different microphones, and I can add 4 more cameras even though it's only a 1080. So the ZV-1 is plugged in to the cam link. I mean into the Black Magic, which is acting like a cam link. Aaron is asking Lewis, did you make a video last week? I don't think he did, but I'll let him answer. And Mario, oh good Mario, you had me sweating there. I thought there was something that you didn't like about my sound. So you do have excellent sound. I try to achieve that both for the pictures and for the sound. Okay? And then you get a person that will come in and just ravage or destroy or wreck one or the other. and say, you've got the worst sound I've ever heard. One guy was on me for like 4 weeks in a row. Get yourself a new mic. It sounds terrible. You at your level of professional, you should never sound the way you sound. On and on and on, okay? I can't please everybody, but I did check it, okay? Because even people that come on and they're kind of like forceful, rude, crude, and all that, they might have a point. So I will, and I do, and I did check it, and I found nothing wrong. So Eric says, on the 90D white balance setting, it has a daylight, cloudy, and more. It also has a setting to change the K. I know what the Ks are. My question is, when do you use one or the other? The K settings is when you dial in the specific number that you want in hundreds. So daylight and cloudy would be like 5500 and 6500. Well, what if you wanted something in between? You can't do that unless you go over to K and you dial in 5800 or 6200. And it sounds like I'm being nitpicky, but I use K more than I would use daylight or cloudy. I've been in photography maybe long enough where I've learned what the numbers are. So in here, just by looking around, this is somewhere around 2700. So I'm cheating because I know it's 2700, okay? But I can walk into most rooms and give you a complete exposure and telling you what your K number is. So it might sound like I'm bragging. I'm not trying to brag. I'm trying to say that you learn to look and to watch. And you do that in every area of photography. You don't only do that with your exposure, you do that with your posing of a person. If it's a female, if it's a male, if it's an adult, or if it's a teen or a child, you know. So you start to notice all these different areas, and over the years, I think it just kind of builds up. I think it just like happens, you know. So that's what the difference is, and that's what the K is there for. That's a good question, Eric. Maybe I should make a video. It's like, what's the K there for? What does Kelvin mean? Sounds rather simple, but I wonder how many people would actually like to know that for the big channel. So Charles says, hello, Peter and Greggies. How you doing, Charles? How are you doing, buddy? Charles is saying boxers or briefs? No. He's saying A1 or FX3. A1, neither. The S3. The S3 is the winner. Okay. I see little to no reason at this point in time, unless somebody has a specific use for it, to use 8K. So I'm throwing 8K out the window as I gotta have it or I'm not buying the camera type of a thing. So if you were to say I gotta have it or I'm not buying the camera, okay, I don't know enough about the FX3. It's all speculation at this point, other than the fact that we have a picture of it and it's got a full frame lens on it, which implies from Sony that it has a full frame sensor in it. It implies if the company was Canon, we don't know. Canon uses tricks, okay? So yeah, it's full frame. I see and then it winds up not being. I wouldn't expect that from almost any other company, okay? And I probably don't expect it even from Canon. If they did that, it's just another slap in the face. What can I tell you? So the FX3 doesn't give me anything that I want over the S3. The S3 is just the best all-around camera from my point of view. So, and the difference between the S3 and the FX3 is you get a whole frickin' camera in the S3, where you don't get any camera in the FX3. Actually, what you just get is a video camera. So what's the point of having the FX3? Well, there is a point. Okay, we're kind of, I'm not talking to you, Charles, okay? I'm just talking general. We're kind of like limited in our scope, but Sony has customers to deal with, and they buy FX6s, FX9s, okay? they're not likely to buy a DSLR as a B-roll or a lower price camera. It's just not in their nature to buy that, make that kind of a purchase. The DSLRs are looked at as a completely different animal, even though they're becoming less and less of a different animal, okay? The FX3 is for if you have a couple of higher priced ones and you go like, well, I don't want to duplicate this $15,000 or $10,000 camera, okay? I want something that'll do something similar at a lower price. Padam, FX3. There's a market for it. We're not the market. We're the ones that we like to play with all this equipment. Play, 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 play. And then when we're finished playing, we play more, okay? So that's what the FX3 is there for. So the YouTube market is taking it up and making it their own. God bless them. You know, the only way that the FX3 would actually have an amazing, amazing impact is if they came in with it at $2,400, $2,500. At that point, you have the beginning of the shift into cameras that don't do any video at all, that the bigger market would be interested in, okay? So, did I say video? Cameras that didn't do any still pictures at all, is what I meant to say. So now, every camera that does still pictures adds video, and some of them don't add very much, and some of them go overboard, and some of them super excel. Like the Canon R5, it super excels at its abilities to do video. It's got its problems, but it super excels. The S3, which is what I have over here, it too super excels, okay? So I would rather have this camera than the FX3. Do you guys know what we're talking about? Okay. Sony is teasing a camera called the FX3, which would be in their cinema line. Does not take pictures, only does video, okay? We don't know very much about it, but we did get a picture from the rumor sites, and I'm pretty sure that Simon gave us a picture to look at also. If not, he has probably told us where we could get a picture to look at the camera. So we're talking about the first time. Now here's my speculations, okay? There is nothing out there that's in concrete. So everything is speculation. I could say it's the first time they're ever putting out a pink camera, and it would be just as valid as anything else, all right? It'd be stupid, but it would be just as valid. Nobody can say anything. The picture was gunmetal, which is the same as this. So it basically looks like this, okay? It looks like an A7C is what the FX3 kind of looks like to me. Now, if it comes in where I think it's going to come in, which is about the $4,000 to $6,000 mark, then it's exactly what I told you it was for. People that want to double up or have a third camera, they don't want to spend $10,000, $15,000 or even $8,000. So now you got the FX3. It's going to have a little less of this, a little less of that, but it will have the newest of Sony's technology. Okay? For them to make a huge inroad into our market, which is you guys, it would have to be like a $2,500 camera. And that's why I made that statement 5 minutes ago, that it'll be the very first camera that will be a mainstream camera that doesn't take pictures. It takes only video. Now they're all picture cameras, and the video is getting stronger and stronger. So the FX3, which is what Charles brought up, is not a contender at all for any of us. Even those that I've seen, the perfect vlogging camera. Well, what's the price? If the price is $4,000 to $6,000, then the S3 is your perfect vlogging camera. And it takes pictures on top of it. Okay? So, now we branch out into what they call rabbit trails. Got to have 8K? Okay. That means there's just a certain select number of cameras is going to give you 8K. It is what it is. So I answered the question, and I tried to over-answer it so that we could get into a conversation on that. So that's when Mario said your sound is excellent. Thank you, sir. Aaron says Ecamm should add a compressor and a limiter and a noise gate. Compressor, limiter, and noise gate. It's kind of like the glaring thing that's missing on their stuff. It's the most obvious thing it's not there. It's kind of like broadcaster, XSplit broadcaster on the Windows computer, the Randall Tower, and it doesn't have the abilities where I can turn the comment on and off. See, I can turn the comment on and off. There's only 2 or 3 that will do that, okay? And yet it's critical for my show, so I'm a little self-centered, but live streaming is about interacting with people, otherwise just record a darn thing. Peter is the master. No one has crisper audio. Are you buttering me up for something, Lewis? No, Lewis is actually, he's a singer, dancer, he's an artist, so he listens to a lot of stuff. So when he says something like that, he's basically saying, you know, the short version is, I've heard a lot of different people, and yours is right up there with the best. And that's what I intend. And if I haven't arrived at that, I need to get back to work. But I got to make sure not to clip. Thanks for the reminder. Yeah, clipping is very annoying. It's actually better to be under than to be clipping. Clipping means when all of a sudden it distorts and it sounds bad. It's kind of like, you got the volume up too loud, dude, turn it down, is what the audience would like to say, you know. My foot is falling asleep. I should get up and walk around. Actually, I should stand. Let the blood flow. Let your love flow. Ba-da-bum-bum, ba-bum-bum-bum. Okay. I'd love a Mark 6, please. Tell me if you need to open my purse. No, you're going to make a video or 2 or 3 before you buy anything, because it's going to show you what you are missing. Or just buy something and start working on it. But Sly intends on holding you. I can tell you a secret. She intends on holding you to the bet. So, and you know what the ironic thing is? You could whip one out really easy, okay? Where it would be much harder for her. I was talking to a few people, Louis. They want to know how you type so fast. And I said, I don't know. So give us your secret. How can you do like 3, 4 comments in a row so fast? I can't even read them that quick. Okay, no more new cameras for me this year. Promise. Nope, not going to let you make that promise either. I think you're going to buy a camera, but we don't, all of us. We don't want you to focus on buying a new camera. We want you to focus on your talent. Okay? So that is, and many people, including me, feel that it is so engulfing, it's so distracting, it's like chocolate. It's like sex. You can't think of anything else. Okay? So in order to move you, we had an intervention with you last week. You gotta make a video, Louis. You gotta make a video. Okay? So that's what was going on. Everybody loves you. I love you. You know I love you. But you do have a tendency to be, you know, like you can only see the one thing, and it's taking away some of the best parts of you. The really, really best parts of you. Honest to God. So they don't want to say, it proves that they love you. Okay? Updating from version 1 to version 2. What are you talking about? We got so many things. I had to update the Ecamm. I had to update the M1. I have to update the ZV1. I have to update the Olympus. I don't even know where it is. Oh, there it is. Okay, and I haven't even checked these cameras to see if there's any updates. So good for you, Aaron. You update. If I had to take a guess, I'm betting that you're updating the ZB1. Did I have that wrong? I did make a video, but I uploaded it unlisted. Still need to work on it. Thank you for keeping me accountable, everybody. Been struggling, but I'm trying. And yes, you have. And you know what? You can write to Sly or me and just share it with her. Let her give you her feedback on it. Okay? There's things she doesn't know, but when she knows something, Sly knows something. It's like, it's there. She knows it. Okay? And she's sweet and she's kind. So it might be safe to deal with her and share with her and let her give you the feedback. Okay? So I haven't heard her feedback, so you can share that with me, and it needs to stay in the realistic area. But I got a feeling that she would be solid right there. Aaron says, it's 85 degrees in here. It's too hot. But I never turn the A7 III off. It never overheats. That's not an excuse. 85 degrees inside the house is too hot. Okay, it needs to be cooler, or you need to have a really good airflow. Not a static 85 degrees, you're sweating. You're sweating, you know, just by sitting on the chair. Don't even start playing. So the computer, I mean, the computer too will get hot, but not the new ones. And the camera will get hot. So just make it a little bit cooler prior to when you go live. You have to work on that one way or the other. You could put fans in the room, but now you're introducing noise again. So I see a door in there, Aaron, okay? I see the closet. And remember I suggested to you to hang a guitar on that little sliver. It would make it a cool looking thing. So that would be kind of like the aesthetics. And I think your door is closed. So half hour before you do a show or an hour before you do the show, close the blinds so that the heat doesn't come through the windows, and see if that air conditioner will cool down that room. Cool it down nice and above what you think you need. Then when you sit down, then turn on that, turn off that AC. If you could find a quiet fan, like I have a quiet fan in here. How can I show you the fan? I'm liable to break everything. I have a quiet fan. If you could find a quiet fan just to get the air moving silently, they have the quiet fans. They're not little. They're like that size. It's not a box fan. I actually can't hear that fan at all. I mean, zero. If I go up and put my ears to the blades, for sure I can hear it. But you would put that fan, cold air is on the floor, so you would put that fan in that little cove by your door, okay, and have it blowing kind of like right above your head, so it'll fall right onto your computers and your cameras and stuff like that. And at a very slow speed. Needs to be silent. We're not playing games there. So there's no, you just get a wind, just a constant wind. And that's just with me putting my 2 cents in, Aaron, and I'm not there. You're there. So you need to figure out, you know, maybe a ceiling fan, but that's going to push the hot air down. We want the hot air to stay up and the cool air to stay down. Bob says, did you stop driving? Oh, good. Peter, I wanted to clarify that the wedding is tomorrow, mañana, avril. I don't know any other language for tomorrow. I'm back in my hotel room in Fort Pierce. I had a nice 8-mile walk on Jack's Island today. I did have my friend reach out to her photographer. That's good. So the wedding is tomorrow. It's on a Saturday. All right, that's very nice. What was I curious about? I wanted to know if you did a little bit above and beyond but stayed out of the way. Maybe with a telephoto lens or something. And then tomorrow, the biggest conflict area is how the photographer interacts with you, okay? I've had them where they're a real bitch and be angry at me for no reason whatsoever, other than the fact that I exist. You know, you shouldn't exist. Be gone. So I had one that was like aggressively angry towards me. It was like very weird. I'm chewing on ice. But I fixed her wagon. First, I did nothing to annoy her. I'm not talking to you, Bob. Now, other people want to know more of the story. If she went to the left, I went to the right. If she went up the aisle, I went to the back of the church. I tried to stay far away from her. If I could have guessed that she was demon-possessed, it sounded like she was making noises when I got near her. Now, I'm not saying that's true. I'm just saying it was that hostile, okay? So this was at a family wedding, my god sister that got married. And I'm staying at the bride's parents' house, where I got my own bedroom, my own bathroom. It was very nice, okay? So I concentrated on a lot of family shots, because we're in a Greek family. Greeks are all about family. Family. Like Italians, Polish people, Latin people. They're around family all the time. They're around family, okay? So I did grab the traditional shots, and I did it from far away, and I did a lot of family pictures. So my gift to the bride and groom was a very nice album. And when I say nice, it wasn't like fancy on the outside with the embossing and all that. But I mean, it was filled with pictures, like a lot of pictures. And I made a duplicate for her parents, which is the house, which was my cousin, okay? So I made a duplicate for them. Okay, a year after the wedding. All right, so my wedding album was there a month after the wedding. Printed, shipped, arrived. And a year after the wedding, they still hadn't even gotten their proofs from the bride that was there. So if I had known how it was going to go down, I would have been less willing to not trying to shake the apple cart. But that was a unique situation. Back to you, Bob. Unless you see something going down in a really bad way, just enjoy yourself and take lots of pictures, because the truth is, okay, you have a good time as a photographer, most of us, when we're taking pictures. Unless you're a heavy drinker, smoker, when you want to sit back in the chair and drink and smoke your cigar or whatever, and you enjoy that, that's fine. Okay? But I don't. So rather than sit and do what I call girl talk, or even boy talk, where the cars, engines, what kind of camera you got there? I don't like to do that kind of talk. I'm not unfriendly, don't get me wrong. I'll get up and start taking pictures. And I love when there's no pressure on me. I can take some really awesome shots, and I do. So I did Aaron. Aaron, you were done. Peter, I wanted to clarify that the wedding is tomorrow, so I hope tomorrow you have a really good. Calvin and Hobbs. I'm supposed to catch that, but not smart enough to catch that. I'm in one of those, I don't know what you're talking about, modes. Bob is, who is also her sister-in-law. I volunteered to be an assistant, help with the camera, guard her bag, as you suggested, or anything else she needs. I brought all of my gear. Okay, good. If you got your gear, I'm not going to change your trajectory. That's a word. Trust me. But keep yourself free to do your thing. Okay, so when you give pictures, you are free, because your pictures are going to get judged. It's just the way it is. You are free to take the best that you can take. So if you're going to guard her gear, you're going to be stuck sitting there. So I wouldn't mention that again. If no one brings it up, don't bring it up anymore. Okay? So when you do talk to the family, say, I'm just going to float around, take family pictures. You know, the ones that that she's not going to get, if it is a she. Yeah, you said her camera bag. And then you're free to do your thing. And that's when you want to step up to the plate and hit some home runs where it's like, oh my God, Bob, those pictures are amazing. That's what you want, okay? So don't tie your sound down. Don't tie yourself down. I think somebody said something about sound. So just have your freedom to float around like a butterfly. Maybe I can stream without the cam link now on 2.0. It says not compatible with Big Sur, but yet I'm still on Catalina on the iMac. Is that someplace to be focusing? Is the cam link causing you any problems? Do you have the ATM Mini? I forgot what you're using. Oh, eCam. You have to use the cam link. Try the cam link. It says it's not compatible with Big Sur, yet I'm still on Catalina. Well, I don't have one to test, Aaron. I got this cheapie. I can test this cheapie out, but tomorrow, not now. Okay? This is one of those $20 jobs where it only goes up to 30p or whatever it is. Aaron says, Lewis is saying you're crispy. As long as he's not saying I'm crusty. Or the audio. Yes, my audio is beautiful. Put your purse away, Lewis. He's a young man that's interested in gear. And I can't blame him. That's where the fun is. And kind of like making the videos is a side effect. What is the ideal temperature for live streaming? Have you ever been in a studio? A TV studio? It's almost so cold in there you have to wear a sweater. Okay? So much cooler than what you're doing. To give you a number, I don't know. If I had to pick something where it's supposedly 74, 75, and that would be a good temperature. But if I wasn't going to run the air conditioner, I'd bring it down as cold as this sucker can go. And this is a wall unit like you've got. Yours is in the window, mine's in the wall. Okay? I'd bring this room down as cold as it could get for like an hour before, or if you need to take 2 hours, you know your room. Okay? Then I'd come in, set everything up, get ready to hit the record button or the live stream button, shut off the air conditioner. And from there, it's a slow coast downhill in temperature. In your case, it'd be uphill in temperature. It'll get warmer and warmer and warmer. Serious question. It's not a good question for you. You don't have a ability to set a temperature and have it maintain that temperature while you're live streaming or recording. So you got to do kind of like baseball or football. You got to do the trajectory. Second time I've used that word tonight. Where if the receiver is over there, okay, but he's still over there, you're going to throw it to him where he's not. So you're going to do that same move with the temperature. Okay, so if you had central air, which you don't, or had an air conditioner in the next room that could maintain the temperature without adding to your sound problems, then you could pick a temperature. But you can't pick a temperature. You just got to get it cold. And I'm not so sure that little thing you got in your window is going to be able to make it that cold. So you're just going to have to do with what you can do. It might be weak. Okay, I don't know what floor you're on, so I don't know if you can even take that out of the window without endangering people down below. You know. Or you could move to Virginia where it's cold. Why is it snowing in Virginia and you're so hot up there? Is it just like you're some hot Latin guy? where your own body just generates enough heat to heat up the whole house? Your wife is always warm? So, Woody, I feel so far behind everybody here. I have had only one camera since 2014. Don't fix it if it ain't broke, my grandpa used to say. Well, what you're spitting out is beautiful images. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, okay? So now, if you say, my images are not up to today's standard, Peter, then I'd say, okay, let's pick up a new camera. Let's pick one out that you would like. And knowing you, you're going to have it for the next 10, 20 years anyway. So, but if the ones that you're using now works for you, that's fine. What's the saying? Gas, that's when people have to buy something. Gear acquisition syndrome. The audio is good, says Lewis. Like they say, if you don't notice, it means it's really good. Same with editing. The best edits, you don't even notice the hard work. Well, you know, I did a lot of hard work on this, and nobody liked it. I can almost say it hurt my feelings, but it didn't. It didn't hurt my feelings. I just got exasperated because it's kind of like playing a game, and I didn't win. I lost. All right, so let's see if I can show it to you. Last week we talked a lot about shorts. So I tried my hand at it. And let's see if I can actually play this with the sound, because ask me if I liked it. Yes, I liked it. You know why? It was mine. It was mine. I liked it. All right, first things first. I don't want the music playing, so the music has to go away. Okay. So, second, I'm going to try to play this. Nope, it is not playing. But we do have sound. Okay, that befuddled look on my face is me not figuring out how to play a simple video. It's a lot easier on the other. Choose file. That was it. That was my short. Hashtag short. The title of it is When She Has No Lens to Wear. So that was this one right here. So I flipped it out like this, and I put it aside from me, and I just went back and forth, put the camera in slow motion, went round and round and upside down, and then came around, opened this, showed the sensor when she has no lens to wear. And that was my short, okay? So I shared it with like 5 or 6 people, and I got from just a nice, that was nice, to like, no, I didn't like that at all. So that was my attempt at a short. But I can tell you I like the music. The music was like, oh, I like that music. So I would make all my shorts with that music. And I would try to show a lens. Look at that, look at that. Round and round, round and round. I wish I could make this float without anything, like no fingers or nothing. And then zoom in and zoom out. Zoom in. It's not going to focus on the lens. Yes. Oh, it just did. Okay. And zoom out. So that was my short. It got, just from a handful of people, I got shot down. So it never made it into the public. So I have shown you my secret hashtag shorts. I could put it on this channel because nobody watches this channel outside of our live stream. But I wanted to put it on the big 30,000 channel. New York City heat is either on or off. I must start turning it off on a Saturday night for Sunday's stream. Pre-planning is, I think, what your secret sauce is going to be, honestly. What's a copy and a paster, Aaron? Aaron, you're going to have to answer that because I don't know. Oh, it was about him. Yeah, but he still has to type it someplace. Peter asked how you type so fast. Remember I asked the question, Lewis, how is your typing done so quickly? A couple of people have asked. And, oh, you made a joke that you're a paster. Did I miss that? Let me go back. I don't like it. Put your purse away, Aaron. I must have missed it or it never got to me. It must have gotten somewhere. Lewis saw it. Okay, let's stay on topic. Do we have a topic? I just made that expression up. Maybe it will be maybe it'll catch on. Maybe I will be famous. I'm a paster. I'm a paster. Well, they have all these other words for crazy things that people do. So I see no reason why that can't become a real word. I need a haircut really bad. I love when my hair is long like this. But when everybody starts commenting in the family, then I know it's time to push it a little bit more and then get a haircut. Lewis is between eating dinner and watching. Aha. Well, tell the family I said hi. I have a keyboard for my iPad. Aha! We're getting into the secrets. Peter, the mother of the bride was aggressive because you had Santa in all of the wedding shots. No, I was a very good boy, honestly. No, it was not the mother of the bride that was aggressive. She's my cousin. It was the photographer that was aggressive. The mother of the bride, there was a family. That's why I wasn't the photographer. Okay. So the mother of the bride, they hired this photographer because you know how my cousin, any girl at that age is like, oh, we got to get the fancy photographer. Peter's not fancy. Plus, then they use the old, we don't want him to work while he came all the way from Miami, all the way up here to New York, or where was it? And no, it was Virginia. And I'm going to put him to work. So they hired a photographer. I was kind of glad, honestly. Now, in defense of that photographer, which goes to show you never know until you've walked in another person's shoes. She was going through some kind of mental agony, and she wound up in a mental hospital. So the wedding was not the top priority. For us, it was. But for her, she had things to deal with. It's nice working over the USB cable in Ecamm. Nice. I'll see if it overheats. I agree it is too hot. Good. Like I said, you're going to have to dial in your secret sauce. And the USB cable for Ecamm should work very well. Just make sure it's long enough so you have enough wire to connect. I kid with David Sailors about his GAS all the time. Is there any time it is worth working for free? Mark, I think you can answer that one on your own. Not that I don't want your questions. I didn't mean that at all. But the first place my mind goes through is someplace where I did. And that is they just plain had no money. So they were either going to get crap for photography or I was going to step up and give them something nice even though it was not anything within their circle of abilities. So guess which one I picked? Okay, go ahead, guess. So they did, people were donating everything to put the wedding together. Every single thing. Some of the food came from KFC. Some of the food came from, they got boxes of nuggets. The cake was made by a couple of ladies. They didn't charge them anything. Nobody charged the couple. They were a young boy and girl. You know, not that young, okay, maybe 21, 22. And, you know, they were making a stand that they wanted to get married in the church. And the church put out church bulletin. And somehow it came around to me. Somebody brought me the bulletin. That's what happened. And they said, would you be interested? And I the first thing was I said, I don't know. I'd have to look into it. But I did look into it. And it was like a really sweet couple. She was sweet, adorable. I spoke with her. She had like a really sweet spirit about her conversation. No pressure. You do whatever you want to give us, we'll be grateful for. Even if it's like 10 pictures, okay? And then when I got to the wedding, the boy was just as sweet, just as nice. Nothing, no arrogance to him at all. So I did a whole complete wedding for them because I couldn't help but fall in love with them, okay? So I did everything. I made an album for them. It wasn't the highest end album. It was the lowest end album, okay? But something that they could cherish and have. And on top of it, I gave them all the digital negatives. And so they could, go on. I heard that later on in life, he became a graphic artist. So if he was able to use those pictures in any way, he got something more than he bargained for. So that's why I would do it for free. If you're suggesting to do weddings for free, just to get your feet wet, I would prefer where if you're getting your feet wet, start from the beginning. I don't think you should ever take a wedding with no money being exchanged, okay, for a regular customer. Family, if you want to do something in the Christian world, the Christian sense, and that's fine. That's your choice. Nobody should get involved in your choice on something like that. Okay, so I would rather that a person would hook up with a professional wedding photographer where they don't feel that you're threatening, and the photographer that becomes the assistant actually is flows. In other words, it's not going to try to steal a client or sell a few pictures. It's not worth it. You're there to get experience. Now, in that case, you do work for free, but the bride and groom don't know that. Okay, you're working for free to this other photographer. Now, when you have a bride and groom involved, even if it's like $200, $500, okay, there needs to be a payment. There needs to be a value to your work if you're the only photographer. Okay, if you go in as an assistant to work under someone and you find that you could work well with them, they're not treating you like a bad, then you stay as long as you can and you learn, because the wedding, the weight of the wedding is not on your shoulders. You are in an environment where you're able to learn things that you can't learn when the pressure's on you and you're sweating like a, crazy man. So that's my answer to that question, Mark. I don't know if I took it in the right direction. I hope I did. Lewis says, hashtag shorts take longer to pick up. What does that mean, pick up? For people to actually start watching them? I was excited about the shorts just to drop a few in here or there, not become a short channel. And maybe that's my mistake. Maybe it needs to be a short channel. Lewis says, you're right. No, my cameras are no newer than 2015. I need to stay focused. The low-hanging fruit is so tempting, it's taking me away from the content. I think, Lewis, you phrased it pretty well. I think most of us, if we could just have an adult conversation, would say, Lewis, pay attention to the content and don't worry about the camera right now. When you get things rolling, go out and buy a camera. Okay? Then you can go in and bother Peter all you want. Peter, what camera do I get? I love you, Lewis. I'll take care of you. Don't worry. I love you too, Lewis. The other Lewis was the Canadian one. To be picked up, the video has to be vertical format. Oh, I didn't even think of that. So it needed to be vertical. Okay. Become a second shooter. Yep, that's what I said too. A model wants headshots. All right, now here you have something to trade, Mark. Do you need to build up your headshot inventory to show to other people? You trade with the model, okay? And you give her X number, if it's a her. If it's a guy, it's even better because it's harder to get a guy. They don't want their picture taken. Now, if they're a model, maybe it's a different story. I would do that. I would do some free shots for models. So they need to make what's called a comp card. You know what that is? You probably do. Okay, so in order to make a comp card, they need pictures. And there's professional comp card companies. You could actually make a comp card. It's nothing more than graphics design on a certain size. So you could trade at the beginning for free so that they get some pictures, which is they need to get started and they don't have the money to do it. And you need some pictures so that you can grow as a headshot photographer. So you two barter and you exchange your goods. And then when you want to start, then you will drop off the free. But I wouldn't publish the free part, because if you were free last week and this week you charge, what's up with that? So you make personal deals between people. And you tell them that. This is not to be, be told unless you ask them to do that so you can get more, okay? But if you become known as the guy that gives free pictures, how are you going to charge? It's like you've already established your pricing. Bop, 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 bop. Sweating like Aaron in a live stream. Sly is here. Hello, Peter, and my favorite Friday night peoples. It's 19 degrees here, and everything is icy. I feel like a popsicle that's escaped from the freezer. Poor Aaron, he's living in New York, and he can't get warm enough temperatures to make himself a live stream. So now that Sly's in here, oh, just in time. Lewis says, uh-oh, I'm in trouble now. My guess is you are. So I jumped over you on purpose because I wanted to put Sly and Lewis together so Lewis can get his ass slapped. So now that I've done that, I feel all proud of myself. I need to make more context when it comes to headshots. You could go the free route, like I just said. You can also go the low blow route, where it's something. You still get the right to use the pictures, and maybe you charge them $5 a shot that they need. So it might wind up with like $30 or something like that, so you have a little money and you don't make yourself valueless. But when younger people, like the age, I don't know if it's your age group, Mark, they need help them. You've got something to help them with. And then when you're ready to make money, you know, just make it a money. So Lewis is saying hi to Sly. Lewis, I feel like we have the same conversation every week. No more cameras for you. I added that for you, Aaron. But let you know, he doesn't have social interaction, so let the guy come in here and have a good time. Hi, Lewis. And Lewis. Oh, do they spell it different? I didn't even notice that. Shh. Let me get myself out of trouble. Hello, Sly. How you doing tonight, Sly? You look a little bit chilly. You look a little bit cold. Cold. Are you feeling cold or feeling chilly? Tell me, Sly, get some warm socks on. Get under that blanket and cover yourself up to here or here. But not up here. So, Sly, how was your week? Yes, Sly, how was your week? We love it when you come in here. Everybody loves Sly. All right, so that's the best I could do on short notice. Norm says, hello, Sky. If you live in Canada, 19 degrees Celsius would be a balmy day. Aaron says, some guy was saying last week, upgrade your skills and not your gear. Great advice. Yes, that's a standard advice that's gone on for years and years and years. The biggest thing you need to upgrade is your skill set, your lighting abilities, blah, 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 and not the cameras. But it's so much sexier, more fun, more engaging to actually be shopping for the camera gear. Yes, hello, my best friend is here. Oh, you're buttering her up. You're buttering her up, Lewis. I can see what you're doing. Norm, there's my spell check again. Sly, Sky, Sly. No. You were calling her Sky from some other, was it last week? Or was it over on Lewis's channel? Hi, Sly, says Aaron. And Lewis says, and Aaron, you're not wrong. I feel like it's my body. I feel it's my body using it as a coping mechanism. It very well could be, exactly. But you're a smart guy, so I know you can overcome. Aaron says, what does Aaron say? Aaron says, there's a song like that, and that's not how it goes. I'm only kidding. I keep buying guitars. Same problem. It's just part of being, I want to say a guy, but I don't know if the girls do that too. That I think they do that with girl stuff. My mother could never get enough pocketbook or shoes, and it's like, we haven't thrown the stuff away. There's like shoes from there to there. Did you hear me? There's shoes from there to there. And I can't wear a single one of them unless I wanted to go into a different kind of a business. I probably would fall over with the high heels. Lewis says, I feel you 100%. I have 4 ukuleles, 2 guitars, 2 pianos, and a partridge in a pear tree. Hey, I thought we were coming to the end of this show. What are you guys doing? Woody, Norm, I missed the live stream this morning. I was moving snow from one place to the other. Why don't you just wait for it to melt? Ooh, that was a bad one. Oh, Aaron is laughing. No one needs 4 ukuleles. That's 4 too many. No, that's not true. Have you seen the Petersons? She played with one of the lead girls plays the ukulele. No, that's the mandolin. Sorry. What is the ukulele? That's the somewhere over the rainbow. The other version. Lewis is thanking Aaron. Who said that? Some Krispy Kreme guy. Who said that? Peter, your song was fabulous. Hi, Worm. Oklahoma is only supposed to have 3 days maximum of cold weather. We passed that. I'm over it. So you're having a cold spell? Where, you know, there's a global warming. Can't you feel it, Sly? It's a global warming. And I love it when they come back. Oh, global warming makes the weather cold. How much of this SHIT do they think we're going to actually eat, swallow, and enjoy? Okay? Global warming means global warming. Okay? But when I looked into it, I found we have global cycles. We get into a warm cycle, and after that it gets into a cool cycle. Then we get into a warm cycle, kind of like the stock market. It goes up and it goes down. The waves go up and down. The moon goes up and then it comes down. The sun, you think there's a pattern there? No, global warming. Bad, bad, bad. That's almost political. Oh, I remember it was Arnold Schwarzenegger, California. I like Arnold. Pick on Arnold. He's good in the movies. What I said before is that I use your audio as a reference to assess. You do multiple assesses? You do multiple, never mind. I just get myself in trouble. Thank you, Mario. That was very nice and kind. Hey, Randy, I didn't see you in here before. You better tell them about upgrading. Tiny Tim had, and yes, I have 11.2.1. I do have that. Tiny Tim tiptoe through the tulips. I can't go that high. I need tighter underwear. He had a lot more money than me, so I shouldn't make fun. Ba-ba-ba-ba-boom. Aaron is laughing. The San Francisco treat. Arnold will be back tomorrow. Oh, cool. Yes, he will be back. I'll be back. Yes, that too. I'm not saying that. LOL. You're right. Excuse the distractions. Don't get into I'm sorry mode. Be yourself. You're awesome just the way you are. That's why I love you. Woody says the Earth started as one big ball of ice. So why is it so hard to get ice cubes around here? What the hell happened? We had a major refrigeration problem. And Lewis says LOL. Aaron says all distractions. Vidal Canto. Hi, Peter. I love your show. Quick question. I need to make fun of you for a minute. I haven't talked to you. Did I talk to you before? How fast is your internet connection? Comcast? It's AT&T, 1,000 up, 1,000 down. So that's what's running. I run 4K through here live streaming easily. Not even a hiccup, mostly. Good to see you, handsome young man. You look like a handsome young guy over there in your avatar. And your blue jacket, blue shirt. And Lewis adores you too, Vidal. He adores me too. I adore all of you. Where are you from, Lewis? Lewis is in Canada. He'll have to tell you the city because I don't remember. Been using this lockdown period to clear up and reorganize my studio space. In fact, that's what I was doing just now. Quick lunch break. Is it starting or is it over? So Lewis is saying thank you. Here it comes, Lewis. But take brace. Hold on to that pole, Lewis. Lewis, Sly has a message. Lewis, how are your videos coming? I gave you a head start. I didn't work on them at all this week. I've been stupid busy at work. Oh, here it comes, the squeeze. She's gonna squeeze. I could feel it coming. So, I wanted to see. So Lewis' response is, I'm in Vancouver. Did we ask you where you were? Well, actually, yes, I did. It's -1 degree here right now. So it's cold there too. It's cold everywhere but except in Aaron's apartment. In Aaron's apartment, it's hot, 85 degrees. But everywhere else, it's cold. I'm just picking on you, Aaron, because I love you. Lunch just started here. Okay, so it's 12:22 in the afternoon over there. Okay, so I know you've got everything and its uncle down the street from you. So I don't know what you're having for lunch. I uploaded one unlisted. Peter suggested I send it to you and to him for criticizing. All right, Lewis, I got a question, and I don't want to get this to be into a Lewis intervention thing again. Are you afraid to put up a video? Are you kind of scared? Okay, just put one out. Okay, look at how many viewers you normally have, and figure if all those people didn't like you, and if they were all in the same room, could you handle them? And I think the answer would be, yeah, I think you could handle them. Okay? So I'm just getting the little bit of a flavor that something spooked you. Are you afraid? Has something got you kind of like scared to put something out? Because if you are, you need to deal with that. Don't let it spook you. There's not enough people out there that's going to bother you. Even if they all say the F word at you in all their comments, I think you can handle them with a pinky and the other hand tied behind your back. So, Lewis has been busy looking at cameras and playing ukulele. Oh, don't rat him out. Sly's going to spank him. Aaron says, feeling hot, hot, hot. I'm not sure, but I think there's a song that's hot, hot, hot. No? Oh, who did the song I'm thinking about? I can actually hear it in my mind, but the word isn't hot. Could we find parody lyrics to songs so we can hear you sing the melody? You have such a good ear. But you didn't say which one. Now I'm scared. Is it this ear or is it this ear? I don't know. I don't know. It's got to be one of these two ears. Joey said so. Thanks, Joey. That was a compliment. I thank you for it. I appreciate it. It's not the lyrics. It's the melody. It's got kind of like a digital footprint. So if I sing this, they find it in a heartbeat. I left my heart in San Francisco. I even got nailed for this one. Silent night, holy night, all is calm, all is bright. Round yon virgin, mother and child, I'm dreaming of a white Valentines with every Christmas card I write. May your days be lovely and bright, and may all your Valentines, Christmases, Easters be white. So they'll pick up on that as a digital pattern, and if it matches anything, they give you a copyright. It's not a strike anymore, it's something else. They take your money away, is what they do. So, Boy, you guys have been busy writing something, haven't you? So Aaron is feeling hot, hot, hot. Joey thinks I have a good ear. That's the Carol Burnett ear? Thank you, Joey. I'm teasing you. You know that, right? You've been around long enough. I would love for you to send me your video. I'm sure I will love it. Oh, she's talking to Lewis. I'm thinking, me? Moi? Pop up. Having Assam laksa. Try Googling it, Peter. I think I will. If you're eating it, it probably has, probably tastes really good. He has 2 good ears. Ah, I feel so balanced now. I was so afraid that, oh my God, which way do I tilt my head? My good ear or my bad ear? Lewis, you're too kind. You're a professional. Lewis says, no, that was Aaron. You're too kind. You're a professional. Lewis, you're almost a professional. You know me too well. Bend it like Becker, the movie Hot, Hot, Hot. You know something? I don't think I saw that movie. I used to play piano by ear, then I realized it's easier to play with. I knew that was coming. I just knew it was coming. I could tell. I feel it in my fingers. I feel it in my bones. If you really love me, you won't tease me so much. Boom, 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 boom. Something like that. They took away our Goldie Oldie channel. I used to love listening to that radio station, and they took it away. Okay, so that's Aaron playing by ear. Thank God he used his ears and not whatever, not something else. Raymond, put up a dang video, Lewis. You can't handle it, can you, Raymond? Ray's got a little bit of a, what do you call it when you don't have a long attention span? Put up a dang video. I just posted a video on Raymond Stone channel about my modeling career, and now everyone knows what I look like in my undies. You can upload a simple video. You want to do a video in your underwear, Lewis? Ray just did that. If he can do it, you can do it. We're all guys here. Who the hell cares? As long as they were clean, right, Ray? They were clean underwear? So Ray's got a channel. It's called Raymond Stone. And he's probably showing off his spandex about my modeling career. And now everyone knows what I look like in my undies. So whoever wants to see what Ray looks like, he's handsome. You don't have to see him in his underwear to know he's a handsome guy. Okay. But what color underwear were you wearing, Ray? Huh? Please don't tell me you did a black and white video. We want to see you wiggle that. Yeah, that. Ray gets a star for that. I played a concert last night, and at the end, I asked the guy what was the best song, what the best song was. He said, "The last one." Now, if that was real, I would block him. I'm such a mean son of a gun. Lewis, Raymond, I love that. Thank you for sharing that story. I think the fear is just me being hard on myself, and I feel the love. Thank you all so much. Lewis, you're trapping yourself. You need to put a video up, dude. They're going to hound you like a hound dog. Just get a video up there. Show off your socks. Maybe you don't want to do the underwear thing. Do your socks, t-shirts. Hairstyles. I prefer you sang me a song because I like the way you sing. They are still doing strikes, Peter. It makes no sense as the publisher could be earning money, but it happened at a famous YouTuber last week. He contacted the labels and got them removed. That's good. Don't ask me what I think about YouTube, please, because then it will turn, and for my happy Christmas morning feeling to the candy's all gone the day after the Halloween. It's like, oh God. Ugh. Lewis says, I created a high school. Oh, I thought school. I created a high standard because I got views before and I don't think I'll get it back. Anything you can do about it? No. Because if I don't get it, I will feel like I failed. And you're what? You know, courage is when you do something that you're afraid to do. You're afraid to do it, and you're the lion. Courage. You won't get those views back for a while, or you're going to fly right past them. Sly says, that's inspirational, Raymond. No, it's not. Raymond prancing around in his underwear is not inspirational. Okay, he's a good-looking dude, okay? He's a model. But put some clothes on. Jeez. You got sexy legs or something? Or do you have a 6-pack or an 8-pack? Okay. Well, underwear is just like a bathing suit. Just go to Miami Beach and you're not seeing anything different. I'm just picking on you, Ray. You know I love you, right? I'm not sure, Peter. You're picking on my underwear. So Aaron says, by the way, the twins said that Ecamm is consistently running all of the cameras when we are live. That explains why you get stutter. I didn't know that was the case. I don't agree with them because they're the ones that explained to me that you're only running the single cameras when you turn off the check marks. So let's say for some strange reason they are correct. Okay. When aren't you running the other cameras? Only when you're recording? It doesn't make sense. So we need more information. They just kind of like primed the pump, you know. No, they get stutter because they're not balancing the load. Over here, when you look at my task manager, or whatever it's called here, you'll see that half of the load is on the graphics card and half is on the processor. Ecamm Intel, you're on the Ecamm Intel. So look at your, it's not called task manager. What the heck is called? Wherever you can monitor, and you'll see that most of it is on your processor and almost none of it is on your GPU. Okay? That's why suddenly this works. What's so different about it over here? So anyway, I can't make them do anything, and they're getting better and better, so I'm not sure. You know, I'm not going to cross swords with them. But that sounded like mumbo jumbo to me. I'm bad. Not that I made a bad video, but you're right. Nope, not going to agree with you on that. You're not bad. You're a good guy. You're a good guy. We love you, and you just stuck with that. Dad jokes. Was that supposed to be bad jokes or dad jocks? Dad jockus. I don't know. You're mixing too much up. I don't get it. I can make a couple of things out of that one. Raymond has got the right idea. Get going. That's my friend. Raymond was trying to tell you, don't be afraid. But put your best side out. Obviously for Ray, it's his bottom. I'm sorry. But Ray was trying to say something, you know, important. And that is, if he can get out there in his underwear, you can get out there in your clothes and do something. So he's calling your bluff. Okay? He's saying, just do it. Stop screwing around, just do it. So, oh, jokes. Dad jokes. Got it? Not really. What's a dad joke? Where's the dad joke? Ray says, Sly, haha, thanks. Aaron says, I'm not a jock. I'm not going to say anything. Nothing, because it'll just get me in trouble. Stone is a cool name. Her name is not Sly Stone. Sly in the family Stone. You guys could make a calendar. I'd buy one. Well, I would wear that new shirt that you bought me, the red one. Maybe I'll wear it next week. Ray's going to obviously have to be all about his other side. Well, maybe we'll get him with both sides. You guys will have to... David will have to be in the snow. Woody will have to be in the snow. Norm will have to be with his nose coming up behind a monitor. He's like sinking. Aaron, let's see. Aaron, since the way he sits, you wouldn't see anything. Aaron would have to just play naked with his guitar in his lap. You'd see a guitar with a big long thing sticking out. The fretboard. I couldn't think of the name. Or, like Aaron says, Raymond would have to be every single month. He's the model. He can prance around in his underwear. Actually, maybe that's what I could do to build up my channel. I could show off Ray. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Not unless I lose like 35 pounds. Dude, I watched Ray's video. It's wonderful. I love it. That's cool. All right, so we're all going to have to go watch Ray in his new video. I'll do it. I'll watch it. I will watch it, okay? I'm not going to make fun and tease Ray and then not watch his video. Aaron says, come on, life is too short. Just do it. Oh, I missed Lewis. Says, I subscribe to your channel, by the way. Bravo, brother. There you go. Ray, you're getting a lot of attention and love. Aaron and Sly, I would only agree to be October so I could wear a Halloween costume, which would probably be Batman. Batman. Aaron says, just subscribe. We'll check your channel out later. Oh, Ray, you're getting some Peter. You're getting some in. All right, where's my mods? Hello? Do I really need to put this up for you guys to go blast it? I figured the mods would just jump in. Everybody and his uncle's got a whatchamacallit. We don't cuss in here, Peanut Ziller. Because we have a family channel, like Christmas morning. And we don't talk like that here. So somebody needs to clear that out. Aaron says, are you running the M1 native beta app now? Yes, I'm running the beta one that runs on the M1 architecture. So that's what you got. The only thing that I think I'm doing wrong is I think I recorded something. I wasn't going to even mention this. Yeah, I'm running the wrong resolution. I'm running 1080 60p instead of 4K 30p. So whatever you're seeing, I hope it looks good. I'm going to have to check that out now. I forgot about that. That's what I need. That's what I needed to hear, Peter. You're right. They won't come back right away, but not uploading can guarantee there is nothing. There. I didn't even think of that. If you upload nothing, you can't possibly even have a viewer. Ta-da! You get the prize for the line of the evening. So that's Lewis. The real Raymond. I'm guessing Miami Beach. Hey, you guys. Those of you that are whatchamacallit, we're getting attacked. So come on. Now's the time to have your fun. Now is the time to have your fun. As a moderator, go knock these people that think that they're hot stuff. They think they're the ones that should be running around with underwear. Okay, so teach them a lesson. Over and over, over and over and over again. I'm going to have some fun. So I'm guessing... Bum, 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 bum. There's Raymond. I'm guessing Miami Beach has its fair share of decent-looking beach bodies, even though every beach has many people with, let's say, a lot of confidence that doesn't really match their shapes. Yes, and we have a couple of, and you got to have them in California, we have a couple of areas that are known for being the nude beaches. And that's, you know, just part of life here. You don't take the kids. Unless you want the kids to not be self-conscious. I could see that. Yeah, Aaron says, let's all make underwear videos this week. You first, Peter. Yeah, but I'll be wearing my underwear on the outside of my pants. Sly says, obviously Peter would have to be December on the calendar. So Raymond says, thank you for the sub, Lewis. And there was, who else subbed? Somebody else subbed. Oh, Aaron subbed. Aaron Stone would be cooler than Aaron Short. I'm 6'4". Well, you just might want to change your name. Kippy says, what did you have for lunch, Peter? Let's see. For me, lunch was a long time ago. For you, lunch was like what? 10 minutes? So let's see. We have, I made a steak. And after the steak, I made hummus from scratch. Anybody have a clue what hummus is? I made it from scratch. I got a can of chickpeas, some olive oil, and I got all that put together. Bop, bop, bop. I hope the mods are sitting here cleaning this out. Burp, 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 burp. Such interesting conversation. Bum, 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 bum. Yes, you do need. I hope the wrenches are taking care of all this. Kind of funny though. Bum, 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 bum. Boop, 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 boop. Boom, boom, boom. Came back after having a snack. What happened to the chat? Well, that kind of rhymes. Well, we do have mods. So I have to go over there to check and see. All right, so we got Jack Collar. I can block him, yes. You guys have the ability to block? I'm over on the main page now, so just give me a second while I have my fun for the evening. My fun is going in and going like, BAM! Why didn't the volume go down? So we got peanut butter somebody. We are going to block them forever. You will never be able to see their messages again. Woo! That feels so good to do that. That is amazing. I'm sorry that you mods can't do that. You should be able to block them, kick them in the nuts, take them outside by the ear, smash them around. Oh, you notice? I'm noticing as I'm blocking them. Are they? Oh, it just says message deleted. All right. I think I blocked all of them. Yep, they're blocked. All right. Unless I missed somebody. That was exciting. That was, oh my God. We had people come in here and just attack. Wasn't that the coolest thing ever? See, now they're still up here. So this one guy said, I'm as sexy as a duck. Darn, you're so sexy. I'm sexy and I know it. Okay, so let's go back down and finish. So Matt says, came back after a snack. What happened to the chat? That rhymes. Mark says, I will do the gig. I will do the free gig. I'm known more for my street photography. Well, if you're going in a brand new thing, you're not known at all. So do what you need to do. I cannot remove the first one. What's the name of the first? Maybe I already removed it, so you don't have access to it. I just banned all those people, and it's really a good feeling. It's kind of like going to the gym and just beating up on one of those bags and stuff. We're letting it out, you know. I just hit block, kind of like banned, and it feels good. Eric, I went to the store, got a snack. You sound good in my car. Oh, this is WPETER, Miami, Florida, coming to you live from, oddly enough, the Christmas room in Miami, Florida. We are not in the North Pole, and you got me on the radio. I'm your friend. Wherever you go, I'm there with you. Was that radio-ish enough? That sounds good. Timeout and delete messages. Okay, well, I blocked them, which means I removed them from the channel. That's all I can do. Well, that's good. I left the window open? Yeah, so I could go over and have some more fun if I want to. So Ray says, we were taking away Ray's, moment in the spotlight. I mean, the man prances around in his underwear. He's a model. And here we're talking about all these little boys. They have to be boys. Baby boys. No mentality, just baby boys. Instead of Ray. And he's Mr. Handsome on top of it. So we're going to get quite a nice show. Too bad we don't have a room full of women. But that's all right. You guys, you could go see how it's done. I'm just happy to be in our little community. Thank God for the block and report button. Don't let stuff like that frazzle you, Lewis. It can go in many bad directions. So don't let something like that frazzle you. It's actually exciting when it happens, but you don't really want it to happen. But it's just part of, Friday night. No. It's not why you don't unload where you load videos. It is not at all. What's your favorite you like making? Let's see if, what dish is the most favorite you like making? Actually, my two favorite dishes are three. I like using the sous vide, and I like making lamb. I like making filet steak, and I like making chicken breast. Those would be my favorite, but I'm not sure if I'm copping out or maybe it's the easiest. So maybe it's the easiest thing. So it's one of those. So I did make hummus, and I bought hummus at Publix. Publix is our local grocery store. So the hummus at Publix was like, I tried it. I wasn't like really happy about it, okay. But it was good, and I knew it was healthy because it's made with chickpeas in the processor. So then I looked up and I found this woman, and she made it sound very appealing. So I did her recipe, and now I've got a bucket of hummus in there that everybody is attacking, that it is so absolutely delicious. And the only thing that I can really see that I did different in a major way is she had me in her recipe take off the skins, which was a major hassle, but then she showed how you get in there with them in a bucket of water, you massage them and the skins come off and they kind of float. So for about 5 minutes, you're removing skins that float up. And then the rest of it is you put it in the processor, the food processor. And the other secret that she did is everybody will just process it and they're done. She says you don't just process it and you're done. It doesn't work like that at all, okay? So she says that's just stage 1. She says you have to process it a minimum of 8 minutes. And every minute and a half, you've got to put in 2 ice cubes so you don't cook it. And after you do it for 8 minutes, the darn thing is the creamiest little thing you ever wanted to taste. I'm a garlic lover, but I actually have to admit I added too much garlic. She said two little cloves. I put in almost half the bulb. And it was like, oh my God, this burns, this burns. Lewis says, block and report. I think we got it taken care of now. So it was the adrenaline rush of the evening. I believe you used the black, Vidal says, I believe you used Black Magic capture card, the 4 times inside of a Thunderbolt case. Have you compared the performance with the Elgato Cam Link, the 4K? I have 2 of them with my Mac Mini 1. So you have the Cam Link, the 4K Cam Links, okay? The M1. All right, so here's my first question, Vidal. Do they work on your Mac Mini M1? Someone in here said that they don't because it's on Big Sur, so that the Cam Link don't work. So are you saying they do? I would expect that they do. I can't believe that Cam Link. Oh, this is the card that I'm using, in case you're asking. I didn't turn on the close-up cam, but I can. Oh, this is my close-up cam. Okay. So that's the one that I'm using. I could put 4 cameras in there up to 4K, 60p, 60p. 60p or 30p? 60p, 4K, 60p DCI. I think they're much. Let me get my thoughts together. I think the Cam Link is a step down. And the reason that the Cam Link is a step down, because the USB ports are all on one bus. So if you're going to do the 4K routine, you've got to get out of that bus. You've got to get where you can plug directly into the motherboard. The, what is it? The Thunderbolts? Yes, the Thunderbolts is a direct line into the motherboard, and the highways in the motherboard. So I'm not downing the eCam, not the eCam, the cards. I'm actually just saying that the road is much bigger with the Thunderbolt. And the name of the I'm trying to read this stuff. The name of the box that I use is called Sonnet, but I think I have it in the description. There's a link to the Sonnet box. So that's what that supplies the PCI Express, and the PCI Express, once I plug it into there, it goes into onto the motherboard. Okay, so the Cam Link doesn't go to the motherboard. It uses the USB bus, which is like less than half the speed. So that's why it would be a negative. So Norm says, we can remove the block messages. Should we do that or just block them? Oh, so you can remove or block. I prefer that you just block them, because if you leave them there, I can go in like I just did and I can ban them. I thought the mods could ban them too, but apparently you can't. So I will ban them, so until they create a new user account, they're not going to come back here, okay? So Raymond says, you could turn that raunchy fan club into business. I bet they would be willing to donate lots of cash. If I didn't have everybody watching, I probably would engage them, okay? by going the opposite of what they would expect. And they would just respond in rapid fire, filthy talk, and I would treat them like they were a serious person. And I've had more than 60%, better than 50%, more than 60% that will melt when I've done that. But now tonight, this is our night. I'm not going to fiddle around with them. I'm using cam links with OBS, still no M1. Okay, so you're running in a way where, can somebody tell, it's not the task manager, app info, activity monitor. Okay. So you can go check it out right now. Anybody that's got the curiosity like Vidal. You don't need to make a video, but you need to turn on a couple of cameras, okay, and turn on your OBS, and then look at the activity monitor, and look at the CPU usage percentage, and the percentage on the GPU usage. Also, one of the columns, it'll tell you what the basis of it. It'll be Intel or Apple, okay? So you should be on Intel. So my experience is that when it's on Intel, it almost doesn't use the GPU at all. It completely uses the CPU, and my CPU usage is between 160 to 200 and something percent, okay? Now, when I look at the activity monitor on the M1, it's actually divided, and neither of them are approaching the 100%. So that's one of the reasons that I think that it's doing better. Plus, I think if I turned all the cameras on, I would start to see a lot of stuttering. Why don't I do that? How many people are in here? Oh, we got 25, so maybe I shouldn't screw around. Included in the switcher, okay, I'm going to turn all that on. Okay, I got 2 of them on, 3 of them on, 4, even though we don't have all of the cameras connected though. All right, so now they're all in the thing, but I'm at 1080, so this, just the 2017 handled this without any problems. So let's go over here. Now, as long as I'm in 1080, I'm not over handling it. But let me look at my activity monitor. Oh gosh, I can't see it. Okay. Ecamm doesn't even make it to the top. 1%. 1.3%. How ridiculous is that for the CPU? And the GPU is point something percent, but they're all Apple. And that's why we are running beautifully. Here we go. It just kicked in. Okay, so we have, with all the cameras running, at 1080, 60p, not 4K. Unfortunately, I didn't remember to put it back to 4K. We've got 45% usage on the CPU, and we have 26% usage on the GPU. Okay, so when I see the same thing, when the architecture is Intel, which is what you've got, Vidal, then you would actually see the CPU percentage over 100%, closer to 200%. I've gone over 200%. And yet the GPU percentage is still at 5%. So going over to this architecture, they've divided the load. And that's probably why you get stunningly beautiful imagery here. with the M1, which you don't have the M1, but you can check your activity monitor and see what I'm doing. Okay, so there we go. The underwear started this mess. No, Raymond is not responsible, Matt. We love Raymond. The man was trying to save. If I could put myself out there, Louis, you could do that too. Louis, if you don't know what my favorite food is, we're going to have a talk. Seriously. Not only my first favorite food, what's my second favorite food? I just go on and on about those foods. Chocolate and ice cream. That's it. I could live on chocolate ice cream. Louis said, I had surf and turf for dinner. Lots of butter for the turf. And for the surf, if you had a good steak, then you had an awesome, well, it is Friday night. It's time to have a really good dinner. So Kippy says, I love hummus. I have tried making some myself. Well, you put your left foot in, you take your left foot out, you put your left foot in, you shake it all about, you do the hokey pokey, and you turn yourself around. So you get a can of chickpeas. You open it, you drain it. You put it in a colander. I hope you know what a colander is. I'm not being facetious. I just don't know what the term is for that in Malaysia, okay? In something so you can drain through, okay? You rinse them off. Then you take that colander and put the colander inside of a pot that you could fill up with water, but not over the top of the colander, okay? I'm pulling my sleeves up so I don't get my shirt wet. Then you put your hand in the colander and start massaging the chickpeas to try to get them to, for their skins to be removed. Rabbit trail, side note. Did you know if you have like an empty jar of jam or jelly, preserves, whatever you got, with a lid on it, you can take and you can peel apart a garlic so that they're in the individual cloves. Put them in there, close the cap, and shake it for a long time. It will remove most of the skins without you having to do it one at a time. And those odd and end ones that are left, you got to shake it like crazy, okay? It'll remove all the peel, and you'll have just a nice clean piece of garlic. So why did I say that? It's kind of like that is what she showed. She didn't put them in a jar and shake it, and I didn't try. And I don't know why. I thought of it now, all right? But I massaged them and the more I massaged them, all the clear skins started to float up. So that's the hardest part of the whole thing, honest, you know? So I did that like 3 times because I don't want any of the skins. I'm one of those I don't want any of those skins, okay? So I got them pretty clean, put them in the food processor. I turned it on low, not high. I added the olive oil, the tahini. You put like 5 or 6 tablespoons of tahini, maybe a half a teaspoon of salt, maybe 3 or 4 tablespoons of olive oil. There was one more item, cumin, maybe a half a teaspoon, of cumin, okay? And you bring it till it's nice and smooth. And she said, most of the people are done at that point. You're not done, okay? She said, get a bowl of ice. Now you can put it on high and run it by the clock 8 more minutes. 8 more minutes. And every minute to 2 minutes, add a cube of ice because you don't want it to get warm, okay? And then after 8 minutes, you are done. Pour it in I put it in Tupperware and I put it in the refrigerator. She said the garlic and the tahini have to settle with each other. So she says it'll taste okay, but it'll taste out of this world in a few hours. So I did it late in the day. I tried it the next day. And Kippy, oh my gosh, the hummus was amazing. Hummus has only use in the word, just so you know, over here, okay? So unless there's different ways to spell it, because when I tried to look it up, I couldn't find it. And the odd, bad speller was getting through. So I looked it up, and it's H-U-M, is it H-U-M-M-U-S or H-U-M-U-S? One of those. but you'll get close enough. Aaron says, oh, the ZV-1 is only 720, 30 frames per second over USB. I didn't even know that. Maybe that's why I get stuttering on that camera, and I don't get stuttering on the others. I see stuttering on this. Do you guys see any stuttering? I don't know what you could see. I don't know if it's my monitor or if it's the computer. So, but if I wiggle back and forth, I see stuttering. So if it's only running 720 at 30 frames per second, that would answer one of my questions, like what's the meaning of life? So I left off with Aaron. Do you ever add yogurt into your hummus? I have not tried that, Kippy. Does it go well together? I didn't know if a dairy product would go with it or not. So that's a very interesting thing, because once I start with like yogurt, I'm going to try sour cream. I'm going to try cream cheese. Okay, you get me going down, I'm going to try ice cream. I have not tried it. Do you recommend that I do? Or are you just asking if I ever have? Aaron says, we'll have to use the cam link. Maybe that's why it overheats. I guess 4K will heat up more than 420. What are you using that's not the cam link? How are you piping it in? Inquiring minds want to know. So Vidal says, yes, cam links worked well with Big Sur 1121 at 4K 30 frames per second. Okay, so somebody made a comment somewhere along this nice little line that you can't do that. Well, Vidal says you can, and I think he's right. I mean, he's doing it. How could I say something else? So the cam links work with no problem. And I'm actually running the Blackmagic through the Thunderbolt port. Not the HDMI port, the Thunderbolt port. Boom, 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 boom. I just starred you, Vidal. Thank you. Randy says, Peter has the Sonnet external case plugged into the Mac Mini M1. Oh, he's saying it because he knows. I was saying, why are you asking me that? You know. Yes, I have the Sonnet box. So the flow is camera to this card in a Sonnet box. Sonnet box is a PCI Express box. Can take up to 3 slots is the one I've got. Sonnet box via the Thunderbolt 3 cable, an honest one, meaning it can run truly the 40 gigabytes per second to the Mac Mini into the Thunderbolt port. Okay, so that's the flow. Camera to this. This is in a box. The box is called Sonnet. The Sonnet box has a Thunderbolt connection that goes into the Thunderbolt plug, and that Thunderbolt wire, maybe that's all the length is. So I have the Sonnet box and the Mac Mini M1. They're like kissing cousins. They're right up against each other. So yes, Randall, you got it right. Ray says, do you think that the Sony FX3 product, what do you think of the Sony FX3 image leaks? Also, I hope Sony releases an A7 IV this year. That's going to be the killer camera. In my opinion, that's going to be the one that wipes all the others across the floor. Sony releases an A7, Lewis, be quiet. Sony releases, he hopes that it releases the A74. I would like to buy it if it has a flip out screen. No record limit, comes in at under $2,500. That's what I'm expecting. A flip out screen, a flippy screen as I call it. No record limits. 2,500 is the area. And there's 2 big questions. One's much smaller than the other. And that is, will it have the stabilization system from the S3? The S3 stabilization system is top shelf. It is one of the best that I've used. The GH5, the G9, the Olympus EM1 Mark II and Mark III. They have the best image stabilizations, and probably the S1. Okay, it's from Panasonic also. They have some of the best image stabilization systems on the market. Sony's image stabilization system has sucked. How's that for a useful word? All along the way, but they could say they got it. It's there, okay? So I'm hoping the A74 has exactly what Ray has listed. So the two questions are, will it have the high-end image stabilization? Are they going to go for the 4K 60p or top it off at 4K 30p to try to differentiate the price? Because we have this one is the $3,500 camera. Okay, so if the A4 comes in at everything that the S3 does and has a 30 megapixel, 32 megapixel sensors, which is what I'm thinking they're going to put in. I think they're going to go into the new technology. Okay, so why would you buy the S3 when the A74 is going to have everything in it? So, but they're not like Canon. They don't feel like they've got to justify the lower price one by saying, oh, you don't get this, you don't get this, and you don't get that. Canon does that, but Sony so far hasn't done much of that. Okay, so I don't think they're going to give us an A1 for the price of an A74, but the A73 that I had was an awesome camera. I used it for 2 years until I switched over to this big boy. Where is it? Okay, now I got to switch my chair again. Just swivel the butt. There we go. I need slicker turning fabrics. Okay, so yes, I think they're talking a lot of just talk because they got nothing else to talk about. There's no news. So they're talking about this FX3 as if it means something. I don't think it means anything. I don't think there's anything to it, honestly, for our group. Now, the person that's higher end and he's got a couple of FX cameras and he wants to stay in that line and he doesn't want to spend that kind of money to add another camera or backup camera or a second backup camera, then the FX3 is for that person. And they're going to be, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay? But this business that YouTubers are going to go to an FX3? Not at all. Okay? I don't see that happening. Now, the price can make it a killer camera. I expect that camera to be between $4,000 and $6,000. Remember, they're talking to a cinema crowd. They're not talking to us. Okay? So, if they come in with some crazy low price, you will have cracked the YouTube crowd into the cinema crowd. I don't know if Sony wants to do that, okay? I know as a marketer it would be very appealing, but I don't know what's in the camera because all of it is speculation. Like I said before, the camera could be purple and it wouldn't matter because there's no qualifications for the camera at all. It's all speculation. Now, I'm not saying we have to be dumb and not come up with some good ideas. I just did that with the A74, okay? So I just did exactly what I called dumb. So then Randy's next. I put them in a timeout and then delete the messages. You could do that. As long as I could see them, I go in there and I have the option, besides the timeouts, I can block this user from the channel. And that's what I do. They got their giggles, right? They went off chasing after somebody else. Okay, what did I miss? Somebody attacked the chat? What did they say? Are you really that curious? Oh my God, Kip. Let me see. It might still be in my list over here. Ah, here they are. They're all still here. Once we come in, we can't remove it. Once they come here, then you can't remove it. Okay, so I'm going to turn on the back room so you can see it, Kip. So this is the attack that we had. Okay. So now that you can see the back room, this jacket collar said this, okay, but I'm not going to read them because they get into foul language, serious foul language, okay. And then Peanut Butter Ziller, I like that name, continued, and then Good Old Jacket continued, and Kippy was right in the middle of it, the poor guy. And then they said this, which I don't really know what that means. I don't know if that means to kill me or knock my head in. I'm not quite sure. And then we went here. And then Norm says, do we need some intervention from the wrenches? Yes, and they already, I think they were in. I just didn't know it because you notice it doesn't say anything. And then Mr. Robler started with the cussing, and we have like a whole bunch of little cuss words. It's funny how these 10 and 12-year-olds can type out these words so easily. These guys can't have been more than 10, 12 years old. I can't even see a teenager spend his time to do that, honestly, okay? But it does look like there was a couple of guys, and then if I go over to the channel on YouTube, the wrenches, which is the mods, all had blasted them out. So they just deleted them. Then I went in and I did where I blocked them permanently for life. And it felt good. It felt like I was like, you know, when you get mad at someone, you really can't hit them, but you can punch that punching bag. So that's what I did. So now I'm going to use the star business, the star feature. And here's Kippy. See, I can easily find where I left off. See how I star everybody that I read? Okay. And now I'm going to turn off the back window. I'm sorry for you guys that you had to see that, the nasty words, but I think you're mostly old enough to handle that. I was like, oh, we're getting attacked. How wonderful, you know. Well, I shouldn't say the word wonderful. How exciting. So now we are on to Vidal. Each cam link is connected to a 3.1 to 10 gigabytes per second. The Thunderbolt is a connection at 40 gigs. For 40 gigs for what? For what? Okay, you might have added this, but I'm just going to add it now. But the USB is using a USB channel track highway. I like that word, okay? The Thunderbolt is directly onto the PCI Express highway of the motherboard. Okay, that's a major difference. So that's one of the things that makes it all work better. I need to go back to the cameras and turn them all off individually. And the reason for that is because when I use this computer again, I will bump it up to 4K, and I will have forgotten to fix that. So I am fixing that. Aaron, you didn't challenge me on that, how many cameras are active or not. So, okay, so I left off with Vidal. Norm, you could blast them with the foghorn, knock them out of the couch, and break their little wieners. They're little boys, Norm. Easy, okay? We're trying to build men, not destroy a child. So I think if you wanted to engage, you engage, okay? And if you don't, just shoot them off and they go in another direction. But I'm not where they're going to get the heavy-handed stuff. First of all, they want that. They think it's cool. Second of all, in my own personality, I don't want to harm kids like that. They think it's funny. I'm sure they're laughing their heads off. Look what we did. They'll talk about it for days. Okay? So just let them go their way. That's the only thing that I can think of. Now, what really gets me mad, where I don't do that, is companies that are trying to censor what I say, what I can say, and what I can't say. So I might have mentioned this before, but in case I didn't, I had 2 videos that were cut out of everything because they said I used offensive conversation contrary to the terms of service. So this is the kind of censorship that I don't agree with. Being Greek, okay, there's a couple of countries like Turkey where they made life miserable for the Greeks when they were going through that. They told them where they could stay, where they could live, where they could work, what they could buy, what they couldn't buy, all kinds of things. So that's embedded in my family, that experience. When I see it rising up, don't even talk to me about politics, because it's got nothing to do with politics. Just don't censor me. This is the United States. I don't care if you're like a Biden lover or a Trump lover. They're both free to say what they want. Twitter can go sit on a stick, okay, as far as I'm concerned. They've got no business, and if somebody wants to incite a riot, they can. Somebody should do something about the riot, okay? I'm not pro-riot, I'm not saying that. I'm very dogmatically against censorship. Now that would make me angry. As a matter of fact, somebody is doing it on Simon's channel, and I gently told Simon about it. He said, I see nothing wrong with it, okay? So it's not my channel, it's his. So I just left it alone. Okay, so, Lewis, I didn't even read your comment, dude. I was going to ask you about the new song Tank, not because I need a new camera, but I'd love to know your thoughts on them because you shoot Sony and everything, so you don't have bias vote. All right. So I was going to ask you about the new, let's say, Sony. Not because I need a new camera, so that would make sense, but I don't know what Tank is. About the new Sony, I need a new camera. If it's an existing camera, you can ask me a question. If it's not an existing camera, I can't give you an honest answer, but a guess. My guesses are maybe not that bad, okay? But when you're ready to buy a camera, we will have a serious conversation. Even before, I understand when you've got the hots, like you're in heat, like dogs are in heat. When you're in heat for a new camera, and I'll tell you, okay, it's not, okay, you get sucked into it so hard that it's dulling you the best part of your talents. Like Ray said, just go do it. Vidal, Ray is talking to Vidal. Peter used the cam link, but got no support from that company. He got the DeckLink HDMI and got a lot of support from eCam makers. Yeah, with the cam link, I forgot about that part, Randy. Randy's right. You're in La La Land. You could hit on the right place where they'll tell you stuff, but boy, you really have to go out there and find it. This stuff is more into the pro level, and even the twins over at eCam, when they couldn't solve a problem, what was it, about 3-4 weeks ago? They said, we tried everything we can think of. We were about at the point of going to buy one of those cards. So they will step in to support heavily, okay? And that's a good thing. So I'm not saying that's the reason to buy that, all right? But I wanted to make sure, Vidal, that you understood my video chain, okay? Because 3 hours after this is over, you might not remember it. So you can go rewind this, but you won't get the comments for like 24 to 36 hours. And then the comments will come back, okay? So my video chain is camera. Camera is set to whatever it properly needs to be. As per Randy, I have higher end HDMI cables. The higher priced ones, okay? They go to the part that reads it. This actually is a replacement for the CamLink 4K, all right? But you could put 4 cameras in here, and this gets put into a box. The box is called a Sonnet box, okay? There's a link to it down below. You know something, Vidal? I think it'd be a good idea for me to write my chain out in the description. But anyway, from the Sonnet box, it goes by Thunderbolt to the new computer, and it went to all the old computers. So I have tried my 2017 iMac, which is right there. Okay, I upgraded it to the iMac Pro, $50-something $100. Didn't do any better. I was shocked. I figured if you just throw money at it, it'd work better. Okay, so I returned that. Then, about a half a year later, Apple came out with the 2020 i9 with the 16 gigabytes of GPU and 10 cores. No, it didn't work better. And that's because with the Intel architecture, it doesn't use the graphics. It piles it all up on the processor, which is doing everything else at the same time. So I sent that one back. So they came out with this Mac Mini with the M1, and I figured, I'm shell-shocked. I'm not doing it again. I'm not going to try it. That lasted for about a week. So I finally ordered a low-priced one, not the lowest, and I got that in, and lo and behold, it works. I was shocked. So this is what I'm using now. I did send the first one back because I ordered it based on the speed of delivery. So I had to get something I didn't want. Okay, so to make a long story short, I sent it back, and then I was told by somebody inside of Apple that the computer I really want is going to come out in June and July, so wait for it. Well, that lasted for like 5 days, so I couldn't wait for it. So I ordered the cheapest one they have, the $699, and that's what you're watching. So I don't have a high, it's 8 megabits of RAM, gigabytes of RAM. It's 212 or 256 of the, the SSD inside, and everything else is the same. So I figured for $699, it would cost $1,200 to get an Inferno, which is a recording that can record 4K, and it can switch up to 3 cameras, I think. And this was $699. It records inside of itself, and I get a free computer on top of everything. It's the cherry on top of my chocolate ice cream sundae, Louis. So, let's see. So I wanted to make sure you knew the, whatchamacallit. So Randy says, I do see some stuttering. Put it back to normal, Peter. It is back. You should be back to normal now. Let me double check. Did I do all of the cameras? Yes, I did all of the cameras. Okay, so stuttering should be almost non-existent at this point. Okay. Vidal says, let's click on him. Yes, Ecamm Live Beta in Apple. New M1 processor uses the T2 chip. My 2017 has the T2 chip also. That encodes H.265 and 264 without using the CPU. I have the new M1. Oh, you have it already? I thought it was arriving. Sorry. So, but take a look and see. You've got that, I don't know why I remember the Windows term, activity monitor. You can check it out for yourself. You want to look at the CPU usage, the GPU usage, and if the architecture is Intel or Apple. And that tells you the whole story. So that was Vidal. And Frosted Flakes. Well, he wasn't in here. I banned him. Oh, no, I didn't ban him. He's Gary Frost. He did me a very dirty thing. Seriously dirty. You guys remember Frosty Flake? You don't see him anymore, do you? I did not ban him. But he basically, he gave me a punch below the belt is what happened. In a very horrible thing to do. And I have no reason to hide it anymore. If he doesn't like it, he can go do the same thing to somebody else. Vidal, how much memory do you have in hard disk space? So you got the 16 gig. Vidal says 16 gigs with the 512. I wanted to order the 16 gigs with the 1 terabyte. But then I started, like I said, to compare prices and stuff. This is doing everything I want, so I don't need the higher thing here. I really want the M1X when it comes out. And I'm in no rush, so I'm going to be able to take a good hard look at the M1X before I click the order button. Or I'm going to order it, see what it does, make live videos so people could see for themselves. Because I couldn't find places where people were live streaming 4K. I normally, Vidal, stream 4K. I normally don't stream 1080. All right, so if you go and look at last week's program, last Friday's program on this channel, you'll see that it was not only 4K in streaming, but it's also at the same time recording 4K onto the hard drive. So let's see. Yeah, that check mark is on. And I've done 2 or 3 weeks now. Let me see how much room is in my hard drive here. Okay, I have 71 gigabytes available. So what I plan on doing is I'm going to take the last 4 shows and I'm going to take them off of here and put them on a slow external Western Digital hard drive and bring it back up to having 200 gigabytes of free space. Thanks for telling us what you had, Vidal. I appreciate that. I was curious too. Ba 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 bum, ba ba bum. Okay, Randy says goodbye, goodbye. Not goodbye, like goodbye. He's saying it was a good purchase. Randy's waiting for the new iMac with the new design. Yep, I'm with Randy. I hope it has a mini LED screen. When you say mini, you're referring to the size? Because I heard it could be not 27 inches, but it could be 32 inches. So I'm not looking for mini. Oh, here, 6K and a 32-inch screen. Somebody's ahead of the game here. No borders, too. There we go. Vidal says, I got the Mac Mini 1 because it is just for streaming use. It's exactly what I did, but I went for the bottom of the line, being a little frugal at my age. You know, trying not to spend it all out the wazoo. I can't be hummus. I feed my plants with it. No, you don't. You don't feed your plants the hummus food. I bet you it's good for them. I reckon yogurt or feta would definitely make it taste so good. Thanks for trying to tantalize me. Seriously, Kip. Kippy says, oh man, FX3. That one camera I would love to get. The size is just crazy. It looks like it's similar to this, Kippy. It looks like it's similar to the A7C, honestly. You know what I didn't see? I didn't see if it had any this. I didn't see it with it open. It would really be a sad thing if it doesn't have the flippy screen. So, but I only saw the pictures that was on Alpha Sony Rumors or something like that. So I think somebody told me they saw more pictures. I don't know where the more pictures are. And it did have a flippy screen. Pop, 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 pop. Wait, did I say bye to Matt? Matt, I did say bye to you. Love you, dude. Thank you for coming in. Bye. I thank you for spending... What time is it? Ooh, we got away. We got away. I was going to do a 1.5, 2 hour show and we're 3.5 hours. I just don't know how to shut up. Apparently the FX3 could be intended also for the new Sony drone, which by many mounting points. Bye-bye, Matt. Bye, Matt. That's something I never even considered. It's going to be for someone. That's good. This is not bad. It is good. Good, good, good. Looking at the wrong camera again. So they're out now. Thumbs up. Subby is here. Smash is slang for something, let's say, X-rated, in case you want to know. Sorry if that was too much information. Well, if it's something that's X-rated, then I'm assuming they're using the F word. So, but they're gone. They're gone. It's not too much. Thank you for trying to educate me. At my age, I don't know a lot of this crap, I should say. They say things. I don't know if I'm getting insulted or what's the other one? Complimented. Bye-bye, Kip. Bye, Matt. Don't leave, Matt. Don't go. Well, I'm ending it now anyway. Charles says, I can't believe I fell asleep. I just woke up. Charles, you of all people? What did I miss? Not much. We got a foul-mouthed cursing attack, rapid fire, and all the mods basically blew them off the planet. So that's what you missed. It was exhilarating for a few minutes. They weren't nice words, okay? And I'm convinced they were just children, because I can't see any adult doing that. I mean, it was just children giggling, saying all the bad words they know, and I just, all the mods just took it all down. Aaron says, using the cam link now, 1080-60p, we'll see if it overheats. Just recorded in 720 for over an hour. Okay, let me ask you a question. Why do you think the cam link is overheating the camera? The cam link wouldn't overheat the camera. Unless you got the camera set for 4K, and the cam link, it would be the cam link that would overheat, not the camera again. So I'm not following your flow, and I want to understand it. So that's why I'm asking. Otherwise, I wouldn't be badgering. There's my Leo, all the way from Germany. He's getting up. What time is it? Up? Yep, time to get up, Leo. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate when you're in here. And thank you for coming to spend some time together. Lewis says, Peter, you make me smile with my heart. Love you, brother. Is there any secret code in that? No, Lewis is not that kind of guy. Vidal says, I am so happy with my M1. Thanks, Peter, for your advice. It's hard to go wrong, and where it does go wrong, maybe a little bit more skipping or whatever you want, stuttering is what I call it, than the Windows computer, which is the Randall Tower, which almost skips never, okay? It can't skip never, so it's got to be in, but you got to look really hard to find it, okay? So, excuse me. So yeah, you made a good purchase. You're gonna love it. So Kippy says, oh yeah, Frosty Flakes, I remember him. What happened? Well, do you really want to know? Because it's kind of nasty. Okay. In a fight in court for this house. This house was given to my parents' 4 children. I'm one of them. Okay. So one of them wants to kick me out. Basically, he's got a thing against me. So he's taking it to court to make the court sell the house. Well, that scared me, to be honest with you. And I told you guys this a year ago? Well, no, it hasn't been a year, okay? But a while ago. So Frosty came and he contacted Simon. And Simon gave him my contact. And Frosty pretended that he was part of a large philanthropic organization and that he was going to give me the money through the philanthropic organization to buy out this share of the house. His real name is Gary Frost. Okay. And he started promising things to Simon, which I'm not going to tell Simon's story, but Simon was supposed to be the recipient of some very high-end 4K camera gear. Think Komodo, Red, Alexa, and this was all going to be coming. Well, for Simon, he was just happy because he thought he was going to get stuff that he could use and show off. For me, I was going to the attorneys once a week. A couple of times we went twice a week. So I was like scared. So I grabbed onto that hook and said, why would you even do something like that? We're talking over $100,000. He says, I'm a billionaire, that's what I do. So how do I qualify that? I didn't. I just took the bait. Now I could say I should have been smarter, okay? So I kept thinking this money is going to arrive any day. So then he sent me something that looked like a receipt that it was going to be wired in to my bank account. What do you call it when you wire something? Wire, there's a word. You don't have to write it down. You know the word, okay? So I'm going to the attorney, and he said that I should tell the attorney that I have this large organization behind me willing to step in and help, and that they that they should accept me making an offer for my portion of the house fully paid. So I said, well, I can't do that. They're going to say pay it. So he said, I'm going to send you a letter saying that the money is yours and so on and so forth. So the letter turned out to be an email that said, I, Gary Frost, am giving Peter this amount of money. You could take it to the bank. That's a roundabout thing. So every time the deadline came, it was, oh, this, or oh, that. I sent it to the wrong account. I'll resend it again. Okay. Then another thing is, he went through everything. It should be there on Tuesday. So on Tuesday, he calls me. Okay. Something got mixed up. He says, I need a tax authorization, something to release that kind of money directly into your account. So I called my accountant, who is really my dad's accountant, and he said, this guy is a scam. Don't even bother me with this. This is an old retired accountant. Okay. Basically, F off. Okay. So I went back to Gary and I told him the accountant said he would take care of everything. Okay. He said, okay, then I'll send it, next Monday or whatever it is. So this went on for 10 weeks. And I was sitting at the edge of my seat for 10 weeks waiting for this, let's call it a miracle, to happen so that I'm not going to get kicked out of this house. Okay. And that just made me shaky. So after I spoke to a couple of friends, and both of them basically attacked me, telling me it was a scam to no end. So Gary is supposed to be a retired Lutheran pastor. All right, so all the right buttons were hit for me. He's a retired Lutheran pastor. He's got a ranch. Every time we were on the phone, I think whatever mental place that he's in, when they came in with his meds or something, he would say, oh, my ranch hand just came in. I have to get into a meeting right away. So Simon and I joke about that when we want to get off the phone. Oh, my ranch hand just came in. I have to go to a meeting. Okay. So what happened after that? So anyway, the disappointment was hurting my heart because I believed this was coming. That was the first mistake. The second mistake was not discussing this with my inner group of friends, because when I started to, they all became astoundingly protective, okay, and so on and so forth. Simon became super protective of me. He called me every day. Did you talk to him? I said, yeah, he called. He said, I told you not to talk to him anymore. Okay. All right, Simon, that's not my personality. I can't just throw somebody out the window. Block him from your phone, okay? So I'm nice. Sometimes I'm nice. What can I tell you? So I just played along with it, and then I was in the kitchen talking with him, and I dropped the phone, and it fell apart like in 3 or 4 pieces. So I wasn't able to make phone calls, so I told him, I sent him an email. I had his email and stuff because he got my bank account number, the wire transfer, that's the word I was looking for, routing number for the bank that I was using. So I told him we had to talk by email because this was a part, okay? So I felt a peace in my daily life when I stopped talking to him. So when I got the phone repaired, okay, I didn't tell him. So all the communications were now done by email. So the last two communications is that he made a mistake, but it went through. But he put it through a second time. So he said, basically, I'm going to let it go through. I'm doubling the money that I'm giving you, okay? Consider it a gift, something so you have a little nest egg so you could pay your taxes. I mean, the man is a very smart man. I don't know why he needs to do this, okay? But he basically damaged my heart because I was expecting something that never materialized, okay? And I shouldn't have gotten myself into that kind of a position. So I never blocked him. I never banned him. I got an email from him that said, I'm getting too busy. Canon needs me to help them write some software for the R5 or the R1 that's coming out. So I really don't have time to spend on the phone with you anymore. I'm going to turn you over to the head of my philanthropic association, which is something Butler, Reverend something Butler, and they'll get everything straightened out, so you'll have everything that you need. Never heard from him again. So it's kind of like offering like a candy to a kid, and I shouldn't have been the kid looking for the candy. I can't make an excuse for myself, honest to God, okay? So that's what happened to Frosty. So he was deathly afraid that I was going to expose him like this, and I just did. So that little story is compliments of Kippy. And now our underwear man, I'm not going to do that to you. Just a little bit, okay? Just a little bit. Got to think about you running around with your cute little butt around with underwear. So I wonder if Linus Tech Tips will figure out a way to use the Sony A1 or Canon R5 to stream in 8K. You can stream in 8K now. All right, wait a minute. You can upload in 8K now. I was able to upload. If you go find my Panasonic GH5 video and you look at the little gear to see what it is, and if you're on something that will allow you to go all the way up, it registered as 8K, but it was 6.5K. So it didn't have a 6.5, so it registered that video, it's quite a few years now, as an 8K video. So I can, now, streaming in 8K, I don't know. But here's the question, which is kind of like a rain on my parade question. Why would I want to stream in 8K? I've got my hands full with 4K. So, Raymond, I bet the stutter would be crazy on those. I was hoping you would say the stutter would be completely gone. Vidal, Mini LED is a new technology. Thousands, oh, is that what I was reading about? Of mini LEDs for ultra local dimming zones. Competes with the OLED quality. I was waiting for OLED to do a little more than it did, but maybe it's the price, but it never came. Never came. Charles says, Raymond, to stream in 8K would be impossible. You can't even record 8K externally. In addition, there is no 8K HDMI cables out there. So that's from Charles. So Ray is giving a chuckle to Kip. Lewis is saying good night. Good night, my love. Pleasant dreams. Sleep tight, my love. May tomorrow be sunny and bright. And I'll see you next Friday night. So Ray says, Charles, yeah, all the hardware would need to be built from scratch. Even then, Linus Tech Tips had a lot of trouble just trying to set up an 8K monitor in one of his videos. Well, I would consider Linus one of the smart guys out there. and he's cashing in on it, and rightly so. So he would be kind of like the leader, and we just watch. Good night, Peter. See you next week, Greggies. You're going too? Okay. Good night, Norm. Sly. Good night, Norm from Sly. Have a good week. Well, if you tune in to Lewis tomorrow, you should be able to see each other. Good night, Norm. Good night, Lewis. Are we in the John Boy mode? Isn't the camera working harder at 1080? Or does it make no difference? We shall see if it shuts down. No, I think the stuff goes and flows through easier at 1080 than it does in 4K. Randy says, put it on Facebook. What? What should I put on Facebook? Live group. What am I selling something? Catch me up, Randy. Night, everyone. Thank you for the love and support. Love you. We love you, Lewis. We get a little pushy with you, but, you know, you're fun to play with. You're that fun guy that just takes it and takes it. But you know something? I haven't seen one person, not one person at all, say anything derogatory towards you. So I'm proud of everyone in here. You've opened your heart. You basically exposed your heart and your mind, and everybody was kind, gentle, and sweet towards you. And I'm very proud of our group. Sly says, Peter, let me set you straight. If you can, Peter, briefly explain why 2K 60 frames per second looks better at high speeds than 4K 30 frames per second. The answer is very simple. None of this technology works perfect, okay? 2 of something gives you an instant backup. So 60 frames per second is really 30 frames per second doubled, all right? So you can easily afford to miss a lot of frames and no one would even know your secret. It's not the answer you was expecting, was it? Okay? That is why that 60p looks better than 30p. Okay? And by the way, 1080 is not 2K. 1440 is 2K. I got to give a star to Sly. So there's a lot of backup. Did I explain it good? I'm not going to go over it twice. Why do I find it funny that Gary Frost sounds like a name of a Christmas movie villain? Because I think he was, or somebody like him was in either the Christmas Chronicles or the Santa Claus 1, 2, or 3. It's kind of like, you know, can I say the word prick? It's kind of like that tease, okay? They bring you right to the edge, and then there's never any follow through. And it becomes painful because I keep thinking, I'm out from this terrible, terrible thing that's happening to me. And the thing never materialized, the help never came. And I actually got quite depressed. Quite depressed. I have to say I'm ashamed to admit that, but it did happen. Charles says, that sounds like a typical scam from Nigeria. Well, Charles, there's a little bit more to the story. One of my friends is really, really good on the internet in terms of, quote unquote, a detective. So he found where Gary was living, but he was afraid to actually call. So I called. Thought something fell down. And it was some type of a facility. Once I raised their suspicion, they wouldn't speak to me, okay? And I asked for superior. So I got finally the guy on the phone that's the head of the whole thing. And he basically set me straight. I can't tell you anything about anybody. It's all private information. So I said, well, let me just tell you my story, and you can respond any way that you want to. So I told him some of that story, and I told him his name was Gary Frost. When I told him the name Gary Frost, the guy basically blew up. Crazy. Okay? He said he has been banned from the transit system in Phoenix, Arizona. He's been banned from all the living facilities for elderly, home care, or anything in Phoenix, Arizona. There's lawsuits against him. He said, you will never see a dollar from that guy. He is bad news. He said, I would go as far away from him as possible. This, right before they told me I couldn't say anything. They couldn't say anything. So the guy just, I guess, maybe God gave him a pin in the butt. Said, tell Peter he needs to get out of this. So I called Simon and I told him, and Simon started crack up laughing. He says, I told you. So, but it deflated me. All this hope I had for like 10 weeks is now gone. I'm now sitting and facing an attorney, okay, and a lawsuit, and nothing to back it up, okay? So, you know, it sounds so stupid when I tell it to you guys. Why did I live it in a way where it got me right in the heart? So Charles goes on to change the conversation. You cannot stream in 8K. No camera puts out a clean 8K. No 8K capture card yet. I thought you just said that, or did I read the same thing again? Good night, Sly. Did Sly say good night? Well, she did now. Raymond says, Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night. Ray, we love you. I love you specifically. Thank you for being in here. I know you don't have to be here, but I consider it a privilege that you would spend your time with us. At your age, you should probably be out with, quote unquote, the boys, okay? And Mark, too. And yet you spend time in here with me. Don't think I don't consider that a big privilege. So thank you. Now go to bed. Change your underwear. I'd get that one. Randall, I haven't had time to breathe, let alone make a voodoo. Oh, a video. I think I need to get my glasses checked. I always stream in 60. How about you? No, when I stream in 4K, I stream in 4K 30p. End of story. I do not, and I think my videos look a notch sharper. I don't recommend for you to do that. That you would need to have the AT&T 1000 up and 1000 down in order to do that. Okay? And most of us don't have it. I didn't have it until a year ago, or maybe more than a year. Did I skip you, Charles? What did you say, Tiger? What did you say? Charles, I got you starred. Charles, I got you starred. Sorry, Tiger. I didn't mean to skip you. I don't see you anywhere where I didn't give it a star. So say it again, and I'll make a big deal out of you. And yes, I am getting very tired. Mario says, sorry to hear that story. I've been similarly there. It pains, but you have to let it slide. That's what I did. I actually don't remember it anymore. I wanted to pray for God to boom, but I didn't. I was a good boy. So Kippy is saying good night, Ray. Good night, John Boy. Ordered the A1. Should I have waited for the FX3 instead? My immediate knee-jerk reaction is no. But for you, where you get into very highly technical situations and things, it might behoove you to wait and see what the FX3 is about. You've got enough cameras to take pictures, right? It's not like you don't have a picture camera. You probably have a lot of them. So, but if you only had one, then absolutely not. The A1 is going to be a bragging piece by far. and it'll take you a lot further than the FX3 in terms of bragging rights, because most of the people, even doctors, don't know what the Cinema Series is. But the Sony A1, oh, you have a Sony A1? Oh, okay. So I think the Sony A1 will serve you very well. And knowing your, environment, it probably will fit in quite nice, better than any of the other high-priced cameras. Okay. So Kip is saying, wow, the A1, that's amazing. It's so pricey. Depends on how much money's in the bank account. Honestly, and I don't mean that sarcastically, but, I could afford $20 a lot faster than with my bank account than I can afford, $2,000. Okay. Can't afford $2,000. But I made a point. Peter made a point. The A1 is the Olympics camera. 1 year OIS. I hope they've got the good OIS in there. 1 year old. Okay, got it. Thank you, Mario. All right, anybody got anything to say? We had a very fun evening tonight. We got a little exhilaration with a little exuberation with a little... I can't go into any other Asians. I can't think of one. So, no, not that one. Okay, so we're done. We have 4 hours. 4 hours and 3 minutes. Oh, yeah, I forgot, Charles. You got a good price with that one, too. That, on top of it, you might be able to get that price for the FX3, but we don't know what it's going to be. Okay, so let's say the FX3 is $39.99. What do you think now, Charles? Because that would make me think twice, honestly. Kippy says, for me, I'll take the FX3 if I know I want to focus more on video, and stills I have the R5. So you've already got a very nice combination. You're in the upper echelons. You are in the kingly level. R5 or FX3? I can't decide. Should I take my Lamborghini or should I take my Maserati? I don't know. I'm playing with you, Kip. Kip, did you see my shorts? Yeah, I think you're the one that told me it had to be in the other direction. But they didn't know it. I don't think a single person I showed it to knew it needed to be in the other direction. All right, guys, I'm going to say good night. Good night to everybody. I love you. Happy Valentines. Don't forget your girls, your daughters. Teach them how to, a wonderful love comes at them in case one of these other boys tries to come at them that we had here tonight, that they can handle it. Ha! Ha-cha! Pa! Okay. So on that note, I'm going to click the finish button and say good night. I love every single one of you, and I pray for all of you every single night. Not to indebt you to me, but for God to show His love on you. That's what I do. All right. Can I push the good night button now? Good night. Bye-bye.